suggestions and documents written, many directions for the aid that was given. They gave us pieces of silver and pieces of gold. Tell me who paid reparations on my soul. Many fine speeches, oh yeah, from the White House stairs, written on the cue cards that were never really there. Yes, but the heat in the summer was there and the freezing winter's cold. Now tell me who paid reparations on my soul. Call my brother a junkie, say he ain't got no job, no job, no job. So my old man to leave me when times got hard, so hard. So my mother, she's got to carry me all by herself. And now that I wanna be a man, can't depend on no one else. Oh yeah. And what about the red man who met you at the coast? You never did sharing, always had to have the most. And what about Mississippi, the boundary of old? Tell me who paid reparations on my soul. Yeah. Call my brother a junkie to say he ain't got no job, no job, no job. So my old man to leave me when times got hard, so hard. So my mother, she's got to carry me all by herself. Wanna be a man that can't depend on no one else. Oh yeah. What about the red man who met you at the coast? You never did sharing, always had to have the most. And what about Mississippi, the
Greetings, everyone. Welcome and thank you for joining. I'm Dr. Tahita Bronner, Ambassador of the Afro-Descendant Nation, your host for today's national teach-in on reparations and self-determination for descendants of enslaved Africans in America and across the slavery diaspora. It is under the leadership and guidance of the Most Honorable Silas Muhammad, the Afro-Descendant Nation is bringing together in solidarity and unity our brightest leaders, scholars, and activists in the reparations movement, some of whom you will hear from today. We have an exciting lineup of legal experts who are fighting for reparations on the international and national level, including the wife of the Honorable Salis Muhammad, attorney Harriet Abubakar, lead counsel for the Afro-Descendant Nation. And we have attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz, who is our conductor and lead counsel of Black Lawyers for Justice. And our special guest attorney, Nkechi Taifa, founder of the Reparations Education Project. We expect to hear from her today, as well as from a few of our pioneers and elders in the reparations movement, whom many of you will recognize. We have scholar activist, Professor James Small is on with us. We'll hear from Ifia Nwangaza, founder of Malcolm X Center for Self-Determination, and longtime scholar and activist, professor of Black Studies, Dr. Leonard Jeffries. We are hoping that he will log on as well. So we will also hear from our own Dr. Akila Mukaram, president of the Afro-Descendant Nation, and Dr. Melina Abdullah, co-founder of Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, and Sister Kenneth Henry, national co-chair of NCOBRA. That's the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. We'll also learn from key organizers and leaders in the reparation movement, including Cam Howard, founder of Reparations United, Reginald Muhammad, co-founder of the National Reparations Institute, Prince Yosef bin Aziel, ambassador for the Hebrew Israelite Nation, and Eric Phillips, chair of Guyana Reparations Commission, CARICOM. And finally, we will hear from other movers and shakers and freedom fighters in the reparations movement, such as we have Brother Ramzu Yunus, human rights activist for self-determination, Priscilla S. Till, family member of Emmett Till Justice, that's Justice for Emmett Till Families Foundation. We'll have Ajani Mukaram, Governor General of the Afro-Descendant Nation, Baba Chikuru, one of the panelists for the long-term strategic plan for Blacks in America, and last but not least, Chief Executive Officer of the NGO representing us at the UN called AFRE, which is All for Reparations and Emancipation, Governor General Ishmael Abdul Salam. Co-moderating with me today, we have a powerful sister from PR Media who diligently works with us daily from Black Lawyers for Justice, Sister Khalida Bastet, and we have Brother Robert Stubblefield, who recently emceed our National Reparations Convention at Georgia State University last month. He did a good job, and we're happy to have him back. However, he's having trouble getting on, so we're trying to troubleshoot his link, and hopefully he will be on with us soon. But in the meantime, I want to say thanks to all the webinar attendees for your participation, and please feel free to engage with the speakers by typing in your question or comments in the Q&A box. And time permitting, we will try to answer as we go along and or at the end of the discussion. So I'm going to stop sharing now. And I was going to turn it over to Brother Robert. Let's see. I'm going to try and spotlight a few people. here. We're going to start with Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz, and I'm going to spotlight him in just a moment. Go ahead.
Scholar.
I'm sorry.
Is Robert?
Oh, this is Robert. Are you on? No, he's not on. He's not on yet. We'll wait for him to come on. Okay, and is Kenneth Henry on?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Let me find you. Can you turn your camera on? Kenneth, do you have your camera on?
I can turn it on.
Thank you. And I'm going to add in Dr. Akila Mukaram.
Sister Tahir, when you get a minute, call me.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Akila, can you turn your camera on? Thank you. Is Dr. Molina on yet? Don't see her.
Let's just go ahead and start. Can we begin the program, ma'am?
Sure.
All right, let's go right ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna kick it over to you, Attorney Shabazz. Go ahead.
No, ma'am, the order of the lineup is to be the order of the lineup is Madam President. Excuse me, it's Ms. Kenneth, it's Madam President, then it's the leader of NCOBRA, Ms. Kenneth Henry, then it comes to myself, Dr. Tahita.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize, our MC is not on yet. So, Sister Kenneth, if you could just give us a little statement about unity and solidarity in the reparations movement, and let us know what is going on within NCOBRA from the national level. And you could tell us a little bit more about yourself and what you're doing.
Sure. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to be in this prestigious group of think tank members and reparationists. My name is Kenneth Henry. I am the National Co-Chair for NCOBRA, National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. I have been a member of NCOBRA nearly 10 years, performing as the female co-chair for the Legislative Commission, working to get HR 40 out and about, and of course, bringing in co-sponsors to HR 40. And recently became the national co-chair for the entire coalition. What's going on in NCOBRA, I'll talk about that in a minute, but to bring you a message of unity and solidarity. Until recently, I had my doubts about solidarity. I have been following very closely everything that's going on the continent, most specifically the move of One Africa, One Love, and had the momentous opportunity a few days ago to see two of my most revered icons stand on the stage together, and that is Prof. Lumumba and Julius Malema, as they proclaimed One Africa, One Love. I am so moved by that, just that show of one love and solidarity. And they're calling for that same movement around the world to include the diaspora. As far as I am concerned, I am hopeful that we here in the diaspora can continue to work towards reparations in the spirit of one love, as well as globally connecting to our brothers and sisters around the world in that spirit of one love, one Africa. What's going on inside NCOBRA? There are several things that are going on within NCOBRA. Currently, because there is such a proliferation of discussions around reparations, and the different dialogues on who should get reparations, who should not get reparations, who should qualify for reparations, who should not qualify for reparations. We are in the midst of doing some things to come to a place where, after 36 years of being in a coalition, we have to give ourselves a round of applause, because often organizations do not last that long. And when they do last that long, we sometimes have to reorganize, we have to rethink where we're going and how we're going to get there. So some of what we're doing right now is we have found an amazing membership system. It is about 85% complete. We're testing, because what we recognize is that in order for us to be viable in this arena, we do have to have a membership system that is in the digital technology. It has a digital footprint, and that's where we are now with the membership. Also, with that membership system, it will allow us to reach our members, our communities who are in the deep southern part of the country, and sometimes they're left out or just totally omitted. Also, it allows us to do a better job of reaching those communities, to include our houseless communities, to include our communities where maybe there is not as much of a digital presence in their households. We have tested it, and we continue to test it. We actually did our first digital board member election, and it went over very well. Other things that we're doing, we are so very proud of the fact that we recognize sometimes we do not collect information on the historical aspects of the work that we do. We have started a historical archiving project where we are actually archiving, categorizing, and collecting information on our ancestors, our visionaries, some of our executive committee members. We have about 76 boxes thus far of information that we are collecting and archiving. And it's basically on just seven of our many icons in NCOBRA, to include attorney Nkechi Taifa, attorney Adjoa Ayatora, Baba Hannibal Afrit, and of course, Dr. Imari Obadeli and Sister Obadeli. We are also in the process of doing oral histories, and we have collected about 10 oral histories. Of course, this is a very long project, and it's something that we're very proud of. And at the end of the project, we're hoping to find some HBCUs that will house all of the work that we are putting together. Other activities inside NCOBRA, in the Philadelphia local chapter, headed by 2 young people, and we always talk about where are the young people. I'm so very proud of the young people who are heading up the Philadelphia local chapter. They have worked diligently and have successfully considered moving forward with, and did move forward with meeting with the Philadelphia City Council, and got the approval to stand up a local reparations commission in the great city of brotherly love of Philadelphia. And not only have they done that, but they have been selected to actually co-chair that local reparations commission. In addition to that, they wrote an amazing proposal, and just recently heard that they got significant funding to help them with their efforts. Another project that we're working on a DNA project. It started as a very small project. We've decided, given the success of the project, that we're going to expand it and move it from just being in California to a project that will include several other locations around the country, so that we're collecting information not just from a population in California, but that we're also looking at the Bayou as an area where we're going to do also a DNA project, as well as we're going to also include in that project a couple of our houseless communities. We're searching for information, and we hope next year to be able to present the results of that possibly in our convention next year. That's a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Kenneth. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kilamukaram now. Would you like, Dr. Kilamukaram is the president of the Afro-Descendant Nation, and we'd like to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tahita. Greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum, everyone in our viewing audience, and to our esteemed guests here on the call today. I would also like to give a special greeting to the Honorable Salas Muhammad and Queen Mashaki, and our conductor of the reparations movement, Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz. So just keeping in line with unity, I didn't quite prepare a statement as of yet with the Afro-Descendant Nation. However, we are looking at unifying all Blacks and Afro-descendants globally. So that includes all of us nationally and internationally. Regardless of religion, ideologies, if you don't believe in anything at all in terms of religion, we want to focus on our commonalities as a people. So the important item here is being a people, an Afro-descendant people. We use our working definition of Afro-descendant, and if we fit that definition, we are all Afro-descendants. Whether we are Hebrew Israelites, whether we're Muslim, whatever we call ourselves, Christians, whatever, we are still Afro-descendant. So we may be a Hebrew Israelite Afro-descendant. We may be a Muslim Afro-descendant. We may be a Christian Afro-descendant. We may be an Afro-descendant that doesn't believe in any religions at all. But we're unified on our commonalities. I want to share something with you from the Conference on Jewish Material Claims Against Germany. So it states here that it was an umbrella organization established in New York in 1951 by 23 national and international Jewish organizations representing the diaspora of Jewish life in the West. So that kind of parallels to what we are doing here as the Afro-Descendant Nation. We have the National Reparations Convention, which is also a coalition. So this coalition, the Materials Claims Against Germany, of these Jewish organizations, again, both nationally and internationally, they sought to obtain funds for the relief, rehabilitation, and the resettlement of Jewish victims from the Nazi persecution. So they wanted to rebuild their Jewish communal life. And that's something we want to do. We want relief, we want rehabilitation, and we want to be settled in a homeland of our own. That is something that the Afro-descendant nation is working on. We're striving to do. We should have a homeland of our own. Are we not deserving, like the Jewish people or any other people for that matter? But first, we have to decide that we are a people and we are an Afro-descendant people. So that is our first call to action. We should self-identify as Afro-descendant and be Afro-descendant people. So our focus here in the Afro-descendant nation has always been on self-determination, taking control of our own destiny. We want that for all of us as Afro-descendants. Those of us whose ancestors were enslaved, they were held in bondage, we were destroyed as a people, took everything, including the language. Other people have their language. Our language was taken from us. So we don't know where we came from, what part of Africa or Asia that we came from. We cannot connect all the way back. But we have this great opportunity now to pull ourselves together, to restore ourselves, to bring dignity back to ourselves, to go after our self-determination and reparations for us to be a self-determining people. Some of the things that we are doing now, again, in the Afro-descendant nation is we are hosting the National Reparations Conventions. We're looking to have one in the spring. We just had one in October 7th and 8th. We're also working on a strategic reparations plan in community, I would say, with our other reparations leaders and people who are dedicated to seeing us have self-determination and reparations as a people. My sister that just spoke, Kenneth Henry, she's one of the people that is working with us on that. Her co-chair, Brother Willard Lett, Dr. Brooks Robinson, Cam Howard, among others that are working with us on that. And we're looking to pull others in to assist us as well on the strategic reparations plan, a comprehensive one with us unified and us determining what is best for us as Afro-descendant people. We're also working on a white paper for the term Afro-descendant so that it can go out and everyone can be made aware and educated on how did we come about as being Afro-descendants. And we're looking forward to, as an Afro-descendant nation, obtaining a seat in the United Nations so that our voices can be heard as an Afro-descendant people. We want to be, I think there is 193 countries there now, be that 194th one on the UN with our voices being heard. No one is speaking for us. We have to speak for ourselves. So it's time for us to get past the noise. And it's so much that's going on now. And I understand that some of us are being pulled in different areas, say for instance, with the war going on now, but we still have to focus on what we need for ourselves as an Afro-descendant people. So our nationality now is Afro-descendant, and it connects us to over 250 million of us globally in the slavery diaspora. So again, remember that's nationally and internationally. So now is our time. Our time is now. So thank you for being here with us today. And I hope you will join us in our movement for self-determination and reparations to help restore our human rights and our dignity as an Afro-descendant people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garkila. That was very informative. I appreciate it. And same with Sister Kenneth Henry. Those are very good updates and we appreciate it. I'm going to turn it over to Attorney Malik at this time.
All right, greetings. Can you all hear me? Okay,
Yes.
thank you all very much. I won't be long, but I'm forced to be strong with so many strong, honorable leaders, sisters, and brothers here today. Giving honor to God and our ancestors and to the forerunners and pioneers of our struggle. I honor Queen Mother Moore. I honor Dr. Amari Obadelli. I honor my teacher, Minister Khalid Muhammad. I honor Baba Chokwe Lumumba. I honor Honorable Hashim Nzinga. I honor the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Most Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X, Brother Huey, Baba Kwame Ture, and all of those greats that have paved the way for this important conversation. My name is Malik Zulu Shabazz. I am the lead counsel of Black Lawyers for Justice, fighting white supremacy and racism and police brutality in these courtrooms. I'm also a member and part of the leadership of the Afro-Descendant Nation, which was founded and originated by the Honorable Silas Muhammad, whom I am here to help the Afro-Descendant Nation in its mission to help accelerate and to advance and to help unify the reparations movement around America. To all of the leadership who have taken your time to attend this webinar and to teach with us today, I want you to know that our purpose here is to intensify the reparations and self-determination struggle, to help us to unify the reparations and self-determination struggle, and therefore I have joined to help the Honorable Silas Muhammad, that great pioneer and student of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I've come to help the Afro-Descendant Nation to achieve these goals. I'm happy to tell you that the Afro-Descendant Nation, as I've become aware of, has a very competent and professional administration and staff. And so that as we proceed through this webinar, as we hear our great teachers, I want you to know that there is a great foundation here in the Afro-Descendant Nation for us to get about handling our business. As I move quickly, these great ancestors and elders that I've named gave their lives for this cause. We have many elders here on the line from different organizations who have given their whole lives for the reparations and self-determination struggle, and many are up in age. I must tell you that I am here, dear elders who are listening, to to give my all and to whatever I can do to help the Afro-descendant nation, to help all of us to make sure your valuable years in the struggle were not in vain. That we are in a critical moment in our struggle. That we are in the midst of a wicked nation called the United States of America. That this leadership that is on this phone is perhaps the last moral voice inside of this wicked nation, America. And that we, this leadership that is here today, may be our last chance to assemble for a united front, a common fighting front for reparations and self-determination and our liberation. We may be representatives of the last strong freedom fighters that remain, and therefore our performance is critical in this hour. We don't aim to waste a moment of your time. I think every leader is here. We have invited you because we respect you. We know that you're the best that we have out here in America. So we must build a stronger reparations movement. That is why we're here to have this national teach-in, coming up off of our national convention in Georgia and coming forward towards the next national convention in March in Washington, D.C., and God willing in New York, Juneteenth. And if it be the will of this body, Chicago, before the Democratic Convention in August. We're moving rapidly around the nation and moving aggressively because the time is short to get justice and the road is high to get justice. I thank Cobra. I thank Black Lives Matter and the sister Melina Abdullah, who we'll hear from in a moment. I thank these great women. I thank the Madam President of the Afro-descendant nation. I want to thank Brother Ramzu Yunus, that hard freedom fighter who I'm going to study and listen to today. My brother Ramzu Yunus. I want to thank all of the members of Reparations United under the leadership of Brother Cam Howard. I want to thank Reginald Muhammad, that hard driving reparations organizer. I want to thank all the Muslims from the Nation of Islam, whether they are with the Honorable Silas Muhammad, the Honorable Louis Farrakhan, or whether they are not with any of them. Welcome to all the Muslims, all of the Israelites, all of those in the Black nation, the descendants of the, the members or the affiliates of the Republic of New Africa. All of the Panthers, I bring you greetings from the new Black Panther Party and its new chairman, Babu Omowale, and must let you know that the new Black Panther Party and the Black Panther movement is in this process. They're with us. I want to recognize ADOS, American descendants of slaves. And even though they may not be speaking today, we hope to see them tomorrow and talk to them tomorrow, because we must have unity in this reparations and self-determination movement. Unity is paramount. We face too many enemies, too many obstacles, and been over too many hard roads to not be able to get in the same room at the same table and get down in the same fight for full and complete reparations. Like the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey has taught us, I come abiding by these principles in the desire to help us. One God, one aim, and one destiny. Also, up you mighty nation, you can accomplish what you will. It may seem, and our critics may say that our task is impossible, but we don't see it that way, especially in unity. We must have full and complete reparations for Black people in America. We must be uncompromising and be full of life and energy in aggressively pursuing our goals. We must be willing to compromise with each other. We must be willing to listen to each other, respect each other. We must be willing to forgive each other and heal each other as we move along in this process. And I plan on making myself an example. We also, here in the Afro-descendant nation, we're driving as one of our projects now, based on our unity and our desire and our will, that we must have a national vote, a national plebiscite, a national election amongst the 40 million of our people here in America, so that they may register their vote and their consent and register their ballot officially. And we must wage a campaign, a national campaign to get our people to vote for reparations, to accept reparations, and thereby join the reparations movement and gain momentum for the reparations movement. And I want to say this. So they will be talking about the plebiscite today. They will be giving out the numbers to the plebiscite, 877-506-2184. We're testing the plebiscite right now. When you text 877-506-2184, and when you text reparations, you will be text a ballot. The return text texts you a ballot or a questionnaire where you may register your vote and also register in. We are under the Afro-descendant nation and trying to work with all of you great reparations leaders to get you all to agree to work together for us to have and to promote a national ballot, a national vote, a national plebiscite around this nation, so that we may gather these millions that we have that have certified through polls that they want full and complete reparations. This is one of our methods of going after them and getting their consent, so we have lawful agreement to move forward, not just amongst these great leaders, but amongst the masses of our people. As I conclude, we must build a stronger reparations movement. We must overcome all of the obstacles or the pitfalls that have occurred in the past, and we must gain strong momentum in this hour. We must also have, as we pursue reparations, we must have full and complete self-determination. This is a self-determination movement as we prepare for reparations. So I want to say here that we welcome Black people who believe in having land and are striving for land of our own right now and that are practicing land acquisition right now. We welcome Black carpenters, Black tradesmen, Black educators, Black electricians, Black business persons, Black entrepreneurs. We must do for self, and this movement has a self-determination basis that is fighting for reparations. And as we prepare for our ultimate goal, we must be prepared. And so all of those who believe in doing for self under the vision and the such as the vision of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, this is a place for you where we're doing for self right now as we fight for full and complete reparations. We need all Blacks with your skills to come home, because we must have a nation of our own. We must have land and territory of our own. We are taught, and it is in our Nation of Islam 10-point platform and in the New Black Panther platform, which I am the chairman emeritus of, served for 15 total years as the chairman. It's in our 10-point platform, our demand for reparations and our demand for a land and territory of our own. That's where I stand, and I am here to help conduct, to help orchestrate, to help assist, bring all of you great leaders and brothers and sisters together and to press like Minister Malcolm X for action, for revolution, And I'm here to tell you that I will give my life and give my life for this process and for my people. I want you to know as I leave that whatever my role is here, that you can trust me. You can trust me to give it my all. And I say the time is short. The elders and the ancestors have given their lives, and I am here to help us, to get us some reparations, self-determination, and liberation. And if I don't see it fully in my lifetime, I will give my entire life to make sure that it happens for my children and your children. Thank you for listening to me in this hour. And what I want to do now is bring on two persons back to back. I'll bring them on. And I'm honored to bring on a great Black woman. Many great Black women are on this line this afternoon. And I want to bring on one of our strongest sisters and freedom fighters anywhere in the country. She is the leader of Black Lives Matter. She is the true leader, the true authentic leader of Black Lives Matter. She is my Howard University alumni. She represents also the Western region and the West Coast and has been fighting hard in California. She knows persecution. She knows being under attack. She knows the streets. She knows confronting police and being targeted and terrorized by the state. She knows about activism. She knows about sanctions, boycotts. She knows about young folks and mobilizing people. And she, as if anybody in the Black Lives Movement, understands the Black nationalists, empathizes with the Black Panther, understands all of the elements of our movement. It is the guest that I'm about to bring before you today. So I want you to bring forth and to welcome here in this National Reparations teaching, one of our great leaders of today and the leader of the Black Lives Matter movement, the Honorable Sister Queen Melina Abdullah. Will you please bring her on? And then I will bring on Minister Honorable Silas Muhammad. But let us hear from Sister Queen Melina Abdullah and Black Power and Reparations Now, and greetings to all my friends on the line. Come on, let's let Sister Queen Melina right on in.
Greetings. Can you hear me? I think.
Yes.
Yes. Greetings. Thank you so much, Brother Malik. So as you lifted, we've been fighting alongside one another since our Howard University days, and I feel very fortunate and blessed to have been invited into this conversation. Thank you so much for having me. I represent Black Lives Matter Grassroots. Black Lives Matter Grassroots is the original formation of Black Lives Matter, which we were founded, we were birthed in 2013, July 13th, 2013, the day that the murderer of our beloved son, Trayvon Martin, was acquitted. And so you all know that thousands of people rose up all around the country to demand justice in the name of Trayvon Martin. And so I know my name says Malik Zulu Shabazz. I am not him, but I love him. Melina Abdullah is my name, and I was one of the folks who helped to organize and continue to organize. Black Lives Matter Grassroots is now 33 chapters all around the country, from Atlanta to Florida to Michigan to right here in California. We have 5 chapters in California. And so it's really important to understand that some of what you see and read about Black Lives Matter is because there is a concerted effort, just like any Black revolutionary group, there is a concerted effort to derail our work. And so about a year and a half ago, it became very, very clear that our resources and platforms and good name were being hijacked, and they have been hijacked. And so anything that you see from blacklivesmatter.com or BLK Lives Matter on social media. I want to be clear that that is not us, that is the work of highly paid consultants who've been proven to pay themselves millions of dollars a year, while the work on the ground that's moving forward, work that's happening right now in Atlanta to stop Cop City, is being done by brilliant organizers like Portia Miller and Enos and Erica. That the work that's moving to say free Palestine and develop toolkits and that uplift the history of Black and Palestinian unity is being moved by people in Black Lives Matter Buffalo, like Jolanda and Cariel. And the vision is being moved forward for what freedom looks like in Alabama by people like Cara and Eric. So we want to be very clear that Black Lives Matter grassroots is Black Lives Matter. And part of what we're doing is recognizing that we have to move forward in operational unity. And so Malik Zulu Shabazz, I'm so grateful that you poured verbal libation, remembering that the work that we're carrying is the sacred work. It's our sacred duty to move forward in the names of Kwame Ture, in the name of Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer, in the name of Mama Harriet Tubman, in the name of so many, including our great grandmothers and grandmothers and great grandfathers and grandfathers. We must move forward and demand complete and total freedom for our people. And in doing that, we have to embrace the core principle that was put forward in these terms during the Black Power movement: operational unity. So what does unity look like? It means unity without uniformity. It means recognizing that everybody doesn't want to stand on the front lines to topple policing that descends from slave catching, although you can still support the work that Black Lives Matter does, right? That everyone is not equipped to chart out what Black studies should look like, but we can support the work of the National Council for Black Studies, right? It means that when we talk about reparations, we have brilliant leaders and thinkers like Dr. Shirley Weber. And I'm thinking about California, especially because the California Reparations Task Force, Dr. Cheryl Grills, and so many others have charted out what reparations in California can look like. They've put monetary demands. They've talked about what study looks like. And we don't all need to serve on that task force to support that work. Operational unity is about remembering that there is Black brilliance in so many spaces. We need brilliant Black attorneys, like so many of you who are on the line. We need brilliant Black organizers to stand on the front lines. We need our young people. We need our elders. We need our prayer warriors. And unity without uniformity, operational unity, means that we as individuals, we as organizations, don't have to lead in every space. There are spaces in which we lead and spaces in which we lend support. And I'll never forget the words of my brother from another mother, Dr. Wes Bellamy of Virginia State University. I was with him just a couple months ago, and he said, we have to support everybody Black who is not bringing harm to Black people. Now, those who are bringing harm to Black people, they put out there with the others. But those, just because we don't necessarily agree with their words, if they are bringing goodness, if they're bringing justice to Black people, we have to support them. So there are spaces in which we lead and spaces in which we support. And that's how we can come together in the way in which Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz talked about unity without uniformity. We support one another, move forward together, and that's how we can chart our own course. Self-determination is an imperative. We have to refuse to allow our course to be charted by others. They have a plan for us. They have a plan for us that puts our people behind prison walls. I know Jay Burton is on the line, or Brother Ajamu, co-founder of the Black Lives Matter prison chapters We have several prison chapters now, 2 of them in California, both of them co-founded by Brother Ajamu, right? We have to make sure that we chart our own course, because their course puts our young people, our young men like Brother Ajamu, who was only 16 years old when he was put behind prison walls. They put them behind prison walls instead of allowing for the brilliance to manifest in communities. So what is our own course? We demand complete and total freedom. We demand the freedom to prosper and grow. We demand the freedom to imagine economic systems that are not capitalist, that don't say that we are parasites who feed from the work of each other. Instead, we grow and prosper together. And that gives us room to be artists and spiritualists and do the work that really is our sacred duty. And so I know my time is short, so I just want to uplift a couple of additional things. That Black Lives Matter, absolutely, Black Lives Matter grassroots absolutely is committed to working towards reparations for our people. We can't chart our own course without the resources to do so. And so we have to demand reparations. As the attorneys will confirm, reparations is a universally accepted principle of international law. Why is it good for everyone else when it is not, but not for Black people? The reason that reparations is not being given to Black people is because they don't want us to be able to be a self-determined people, but we demand it. And we know that there are the resources there for reparations. If they can allocate $106 billion in the blink of an eye to push for the continued occupation of Palestine, there's money for reparations. If they can spend billions of dollars per city on policing that kills people, there is money for reparations, and we must demand it. Black Lives Matter grassroots is committed to making that demand, and we're grateful to be a part of this community.
All right, come on, y'all. I know we're not a live audience, but I want to give a black hand, a strong hand for Dr. Melina Abdullah. And I want to give a strong hand at this point for this national teach-in on reparations. It's going great right now. I would like everybody to, if you see it on my page, or if I tagged your page, to tag others and to tell others to tune in. You have heard from the real leader of Black Lives Matter and one of the greatest grassroots organizers that currently exist in America, Dr. Melina Abdullah. So therefore, at this stage of this national teaching, you have heard from the Honorable Kenneth Henry, the leader of NCOBRA, which is the longest standing reparations organization out here fighting. You have heard from the leader of the president, pardon me, of the Afro-descendant nation, Ms. Akila Mukaram. Yes. And you've heard from Black Lives Matter, and you've heard from myself representing Black Lawyers for Justice. This is part of this common front, fighting front that we are building, and we have many more leaders on the runway, so we're going to keep it concise as we move down the line. This platform will be open to all of you all as we go through the future. We're going to have other webinars. We're going to open it up for special sessions where you all can speak longer. Right now, our objective is to show the nation and to show you and our people that we have been blessed to line up the best freedom fighters that we have, and those that we have missed, we want to talk to you. Right now, I want to bring to you the man who is responsible for me being on this broadcast this afternoon. I want to bring on to you a man who I am inspired to labor for and to work for, to help complete a work that he has been working on for 40 or 45 or more years. I speak of the Honorable Silas Muhammad. Many of you know the depth of the commitment of the Honorable Silas Muhammad to our people and reparations. Many of you know, and that's why you're on the line. And many of you follow him. And I must tell you that a good representation of his work is seen in those who are working with him. For those who are hearing and watching the broadcast and have gotten the emails and the messages, I want you to know that the Honorable Silas Muhammad over the years have laborers that have come to help him who are very well qualified. And as we unite, they'll be very good in helping reparations become achieved because he has a good quality of laboring staff. He himself, the Honorable Silas Muhammad, is a great pioneer in the Nation of Islam. He believes strongly in the core values and teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, which is doing for self, self-determination, and a nation of our own. I have said, and I will continue to say, that he is an apostle of the messenger of God. He's a great apostle of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He's a great advocate for what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad wanted, particularly in terms of the unity of our people and self-determination for our people. He believes, as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has taught us, that our unity is more powerful than a nuclear bomb. And so no matter what weapons that this wicked world has, I want you to bring on a man here now who comes from a man who promised us something more powerful than the weapons of our enemy. I'm talking about the fulfillment of the vision of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Marcus Mosiah Garvey. I want you to hear from one of our great elders, our great pioneers. I want you to introduce to you a man like Joshua crying out in our midst, a great apostle of the messenger of God. Please, would you now pay careful attention to our elder? He's a very wise man. Be patient and listen carefully. Let us receive the Honorable Silas Muhammad. Let's bring him on. We thank you for coming, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Malik. Conductor, how are you?
I'm fine, Mr. Muhammad. I'm honored to be a part of the process that you have set up. You have really motivated me in this hour.
That's good. That's really good, Malik. I have watched you over the years and probably doing some time that you do not know about. But I was present many times when Kahal would call you and ask you to do something. He would scold you. I did not like him scolding you. It bothered me for him to be scolding you each time he would talk with you in my presence. I would check him on scolding you. You wrote a great book about Kahalit, a very good book. And in the book, if a person is interested, they can learn a great deal about you, Malik. I started thinking about the United Nations somewhere around the latter part of 1970, maybe 1980. I thought about going to the UN. It wasn't until 1990 that my wife did go to the UN
1992.
1992. My wife did go to the UN. I asked her to go out there and represent us because she is an attorney. Well, she went out there in 92, started learning some things about what we would have to do in order to bring the issue forward that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has stated. Not, he didn't use the word reparations, but what he was talking about was reparations. I would like for my wife.
No. I'm coming later.
Okay. I give you this piece of information so that you will be abreast of how we came to the name Afro descendant. It is not that Harry and I chose the name Afro descendants for you. No, Harriet and I and 18 other nations chose the name Afro descendant. The messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, states in Message to the Black Man, the original copy, printed in 1965. He was giving birth to the Messiah. His followers, the Messiah, are his followers. States he in Message to the Black Man. I don't have at my disposal that page number. You know it? The page number where Mr. Muhammad states that he is giving birth to the Messiah. After Moses, he was Moses. After Moses comes Aaron. After Aaron comes the prophet like Moses. I don't want to get into that. Why did I mention it? I mention it because we have made an error in the nation of Islam. We, the nation of Islam, has erred. I'm trying to correct an error that the nation of Islam has made. Which need be corrected. I thank the conductor, minister, or conductor Malik Zulu Shabazz. I think he will be a great conductor of the Afro-descendant nation. My wife, Harriet Muhammad, will explain to you how we came up about getting the name Afro-descendant. The question is, no, I will not deal with that at this time. really, I was not ready to give a talk to you today. I'm not really ready to give a talk to you.
Tell them what you presented to the UN
Mhm.
and have them upset. ICCPR Article 27.
No, I don't want to do that at this time.
All right.
I will bring my talk to a close at this point.
Yes, sir. My dear sisters and brothers, we have been, first of all, we've been blessed to hear from our pioneer and our elder and the founder of the Afro-descendant nation, the Honorable Silas Muhammad. He has agreed to come on due to my advocating that he come on, so you all can just see him and to hear him. He was not prepared to give a full presentation, but he's here to let you know that, and I wanted him to see that what he started has taken life and this airplane has taken off. So we thank him very much. Thank you, sir, for coming on and giving us your spirit and your presence. And therefore, you give us some of Elijah Muhammad is what you do. Give us a continuation of the spirit of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and I really like that, and I get the sentiment as we proceed through these proceedings that we have a direct connection through the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, through you, sir, Minister Silas Muhammad. And again, we welcome all Muslims from everywhere. This is a broad-based coalition. And so let's get right back into the work. All you great leaders who are on, I want you to thank you for taking your time out. Thank you for being patient with us. We want the rest of our leaders to try to stay within the 10-minute or less time frame so that we can move the ball, because we have greats on this line. A great young man I'm about to introduce to you next, but I also see here legends in this reparations struggle. I mean legends. I'm talking about the Honorable Attorney Nkechi Taifa, who is pretty much a qualified expert on this subject matter. I see she's on the runway, ma'am. Thank you for tuning in, and we want to come to you as soon as practically possible, ma'am, because I'm anxious to take my notes out and study, attorney, what you have to say. Also, Ifia Ngwanza, honors to you, Sister Queen Ifia. I'm honored that you would be here. Thank you for your patience. Professor James Small, I mean, these are serious legends. The Emmett Till family is on with us in solidarity today. Okay, so we have great leadership here. And so I want to introduce to you a young man who is full of passion. He's full of determination to see self-determination achieved. He is my brother. He is a man that I've known for years, that I've traveled abroad at. And when I went abroad to Colombia with him, when I asked the Black people in Colombia, how do they describe themselves? They said, we are Afro descendants. That's what they told me. And so just on a word on that, an Afro descendant are people who are descendants of Africa, who have suffered chattel slavery here in the West and have suffered human rights deprivation, human rights violations, and are subject to human rights abuses in the West. That's what an Afro-descendant is. And lawfully it is a person, an Afro-descendant in America is a person from Africa who has endured chattel slavery, and a person inside of America who is deprived of their human rights by this government. And so Afro-descendant is a legal term, and it does not void any other title. I'm a Black man. Some Muslims say, well, we the Asiatic Black man. We could be all of that. The Hebrew Israelite, the Moor, the Panther. But lawfully, in terms of jurisdiction and standing, we say Afro-descendant, and even that's subject to a vote. That's still subject to a vote. We'll get into it right now. I want you to introduce to you one of America's young, strong advocates for self-determination. He puts his life on the line. We want to understand him. We want to hear from him. We don't want to misunderstand him at all. Let's bring on Brother Ramzu Yunus. Please, let's bring him on and let's hear what our brother has to say. Then we hear from our other greats.
And salute everyone. Can you all hear me, Comrade Malik?
Yes, sir. I hear you loud and clear.
Thank you for the great work you're doing, man. I was elated when I saw that you had joined to help the Honorable Silas Muhammad. And welcome to everyone. First of all, Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon everyone. But Malik is doing a great job. But I want everybody to take a second just to reflect and remember the name Silas Muhammad. And after this webinar, then you can go and research the work that the Honorable Silas Muhammad has done and is doing. He was way ahead of his time, way ahead of his time. I didn't even understand when I was part of the nation out of prison when I was a youngster, when I joined the Honorable Silas Muhammad, but he's doing a great work and I'm here to help as well. My name is Ramzi Yunus. I'm a human rights policy officer, meaning one, and I have a group. Our group is called the Human Rights Policy Officers, not necessarily trying to be an organization, but trying to be a group of those who enforce our human rights. So our duty is to teach human rights, advocate human rights, help people to assert our human rights, and last but not least, to defend our human rights or against any forcible denial of our human rights. As we see right now, what's happening in the world, we see that there's not a shortage, as the human rights experts are saying, there's not a shortage of human rights organizations. The Commission on Human Rights, there's definitely not a shortage of our human rights, but what's missing is those who are willing to stand up and defend human rights and make sure people's human rights are not being violated. We see that right now, what's going on, not only amongst us, but what's going on in Palestine, occupied territory. The song that was playing when we first got on said, "Take it to the United Nations." Well, that case has been taken to the United Nations. Nothing is being done about it. So we have to become the United Nations enforcement arm ourselves. There's something called the Declaration on the Right and Responsibilities of Individuals, Groups, and Organs of Society to promote and protect universally recognized human rights and fundamental freedoms. In that declaration, it's a resolution, it's a United Nations General Assembly resolution, gives us the power to do something ourselves if nations fail. So we can't continue to look to the United Nations when we have the power to assert it ourselves. So I just wanted to preface what I'm about to say on unity, starting with that on who we are and what we are trying to encourage others to do. I was asked to speak on what unity means to me and my group in the reparations movement. I first want to quote a scripture from the Bible. It says, "How can two walk together unless they be agreed?" How can two walk together unless they be agreed? So first of all, we have to agree to come together. Now we got to agree to the destination that we're walking to. What destination are we trying to get to? And we have to agree to the route that we're taking to get to that destination. Of course, the purpose of this call is the destination, that is reparations. So first we have to define that destination is reparations. But some of us, if we say reparations, you're still going the wrong way because we don't have a proper meaning of reparations. We don't know the definition of reparations. It's been promoted in the wrong light. Reparations is not a big check being cut for Black people. Let me quote something by our great Malik, Comrade Attorney Malik mentioned Chokwe Lumumba. In 1988, in the New York Law School Journal of Human Rights, human rights attorney, by the way, Chokwe Lumumba said, "The political essence of slavery is not merely found in economic exploitation of labor, but in the illegal imposition of United States jurisdiction over the slave or slave's descendants. full reparation must relieve any imposed political status. Now, this is what Comrade Chokwe Lumumba wrote at the Law School Journal in 1988. Defining reparations for us, it's bigger than the labor. What about the political status? So reparations is self-determination.
Yes, sir.
And definitely we must read the basic, write this down, the basic principles and guidelines on the right to a remedy and reparation for victims of gross violations of international human rights and serious violations of international humanitarian law. That would tell us what real reparations is. And the first part of reparations is restitution, giving us our liberty back. So like Chokwe Lumumba said, it is self-determination. It is changing our political status that they illegally imposed on us. So we're talking about unity right now. We're talking about unity because we have to have the same definition, the same destination, and that's reparations. And now that we know the real meaning of reparations, we mean it's inseparable from self-determination. So those distinctions have to be made. In 1967, in a meeting in Frogmore, South Carolina, Dr. King, with his organization, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, he made this statement. You can read it in the transcripts. He said, we were seeking to reform certain conditions in the house of our nation because the nation wasn't living up to the conditions that it has prescribed in the Constitution. Then after Selma and the Voting Rights Bill, we moved into a new era, which must be an era of revolution. I think we must see the great distinction between a reform movement and a revolutionary movement. Now, I'm going to translate that right on down to modern times inside of this reparations movement. As a reparations movement, we have been seeking to reform this nation because it hasn't lived up to the rules it has prescribed in international law, which includes self-determination and reparations. Then, after our petitions, our protests, our march, we have moved into a new era, which must be an era of revolution. I think we must see the great distinction between a reform reparations movement and a revolutionary reparations movement. We're talking about unity. How can two walk together unless they be agreed? Now, we got to humble ourselves. I'm not trying to offend anybody. But if Dr. King was humble enough, and he's probably more known than any of us on this call put together, if he was humble enough to admit his error in seeking reform and switch to revolution from civil rights and human rights, we should be humble enough to do the same. So we should be humble enough to admit that our reform reparations movement is not cutting it. So we must move into a revolutionary reparations movement. We've seen what reform is: petitioning, asking, demanding, going to the United Nations. Now, what does a revolutionary reparations movement do? What's that? It's what our root organizations already proposed. It's what Master Fard Muhammad did on July the 4th, 1930, declared independence right there in Detroit on July the 4th, 1930. Then began building an FOI, a military unit, to assert that self-determination. A revolutionary movement is what the Republic of New Africa proposed in 1968 with their Malcolm X doctrine. Let me read it exactly. It says, I believe in the Malcolm X doctrine that we must organize upon this land and hold a plebiscite to tell the world by a vote that we are free and our land independent. And that after the vote, we must stand to defend ourselves, establishing the nation beyond contradiction. And recently in 2018, it was announced that the Honorable Minister Farrakhan said they're having a vote as well for separation. Because that's the procedure. That's the revolutionary way that our root organizations have proclaimed that we get our reparations and self-determination. It also happens to be the same thing the United States government prescribed in international law, as well as a hearing that was held by a Senate committee in 2016 on self-determination movements. The chairman of that hearing, Dana T. Rohrabacher, I think out of California somewhere, he said that everybody in the United States has the right of self-determination. He said that even if the people of San Diego, if they wanted to become part of Mexico, they have a right to vote on it. And he said, I'm sorry, then it's adios, San Diego. And what Malik just said with the plebiscite, that's how a revolutionary movement asserts the right of self-determination. It has already been laid out for us in a unified manner. But as the Quran says, we didn't become divided until knowledge. Now we got a little bit extra knowledge. We know more than Prophet Muhammad. We know more than Elijah Muhammad. We know more than the founders of the Republic of New Africa. So we're going to develop our own avenues, our own mechanisms. So now we got a bunch of sects, as the Quran also says, celebrating within itself instead of uniting and focusing on the first mission statement that we had. So unity to me, unity to our group is coming together, becoming agreed, walking together, defining our destination first, which is reparations, which is self-determination, knowing the real meaning of reparations and the real meaning of self-determination, which is not the Kwanzaa definition. That's a containment definition. Self-determination means self-government. So once we agree on that, now let's agree on the route. And many of us already belong to, come from the Nation of Islam, come from the Republic of New Africa. So the route has already been defined for us. Let's go back to that route and hold the plebiscite vote and declare our independence and defend it beyond contradiction.
Yes,
And
sir.
also, last but not least, before I close out, we don't have to, we do have to agree on the route, but one other thing we have to agree on, the speed. We're gonna get to that route. Do you want to get from here to New York in 17 hours? Or you want to get to here to New York in a day? You want to walk to New York and take 5 months or whatever? What steps are we going to take and how fast are we going to take it? The path is already laid out for us. We got to start relying on the system. That's a reform movement, relying on this system. When we have a right to just hold the vote, declare our independence, and boom, we are repaired. Last statement, Joe Biden gave us an alley-oop, but Negro leaders didn't see the alley-oop he gave us. He, of course, on purpose, he didn't give us an alley-oop. Joe Biden signed something called the New Atlantic Charter months after he came into office, the New Atlantic Charter. It was a commitment to the Old Atlantic Charter. The Old Atlantic Charter, point number 3 says, we wish to see those who have been forcibly denied. No, we wish to see self-government and sovereign rights being enjoyed by those who have been forcibly denied from. That's us as Black people. So the president just gave us, he just signed for our reparations, but it's something that we have to implement.
Yes, sir.
So not wait for them. So that's our unity. That's my statement for unity. We must be agreed on what reparations is and the route to get to that reparations. And that route definitely must not continue to rely on the system that damaged us in order for us to be needed and repaired in the first place. Thank you all for listening. Love you all. Salute.
All right. Sisters and brothers, man, let's, if you can, let's just give a warm Black hand to Brother Leader Ramzu Yunus. Brother Ramzu Yunus has the passion, he has intelligence, he has the vision, and he has that desire to see things happen now. I share that spirit with it. And so, sisters and brothers, we've heard from all of those that are with and organized with Brother Ramzu, man. We welcome y'all. Y'all are sisters and brothers, and we're trying to put these pieces of the puzzle together, a common fighting front for the cause that we say we are so dearly for, reparations and self-determination. Very good, Brother Ramzu. Thank you, everybody else, for hanging in here. We're going to move on fast now. And I want to bring on another attorney at war, longtime freedom fighter, and a Black woman that I have a tremendous amount of respect for. I haven't been able to work with her as closely as I desire, but I've studied her intently, and I would hope that in the future I will be able to work with her closely. She has, as I say, I consider her to be an expert on this subject matter due to her experience as well as her knowledge. And she has deep roots in all of those that we say we love. We say we love Dr. Mario Bedelli. We love Chokwe Lumumba. We love N'Cobra. Well, let's hear from the Honorable Attorney Nkechi Taifa. This is a real treat. Let's listen carefully. Welcome, Sister Attorney Nkechi Taifa. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for inviting me. And how are you, my brother Malik Zulu Shabazz from Howard University School of Law back in the day? Thank you so very much for this illustrious convening that you have. I want to do as you did in your earlier remarks, acknowledge my reparationist ancestors from Belinda Sutton Royale and Callie House, who are historical, to Queen Mother Otley Moore and President Imari Abubakari Obadeli and Attorney Chokwe Lumumba, my contemporaries whose feet I sat under and whose shoulders I stood. And to all of those who have been foremost in this struggle, I definitely and completely remember the phenomenal work of Salis Muhammad from way, way, way back in the day. Voices whose names have kind of been swept under the rug, haven't been out there in the forefront. So I'm glad that you are doing this right now. I would say I've been a mover and shaker in the reparations movement since I was a teenager. And now that I am an elder, the point in history that we are in right now is such that I just may actually have the pleasure to sit under the shade of trees that so many on this platform and our ancestors have helped to plant. 36 years ago, 1987, I co-authored a book on reparations along with Brother President Imari Abubakari Obadeli and Attorney Chokwe Lumumba, called Reparations. Yes, I don't see if it can be shown with the thing there, but the legal and political reasons why new Africans, Black people in North America, should be paid now for the enslavement of our ancestors. And that was at a time when the issue of reparations, it was not popular. It was not fashionable. It was on the fringes. It was in the revolutionary, free to land fringes. It was at a time when one would be looked at as crazy to be serious about talking about reparations. So it gives me much pleasure today to be in the company of some of the leading minds in this country and around the world, particularly those who are on this platform today, as well as other scholars and historians and economists and attorneys and sociologists and psychiatrists and politicians and, yes, religious leaders, okay, all promoting the right to and the need for reparatory justice. And that is why there's so much opportunity in organizing about reparations today. Since 2020, the reparations movement in the U.S. has grown by leaps and bounds, having a lot to do with the blinders being taken off of collective Black folks' eyes from the election of Donald Trump, the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, the election, the laws restricting the right to vote, the intensification of the myth of white supremacy. All have resulted in a heightened awareness of gross contradictions in society. And as such, the appeal for reparations is increasing exponentially and correctly being viewed as an urgent necessity to remedy, repair, and heal from the enslavement era and its living legacies while addressing issues of systemic, structural, and institutional racism in this country. Organizing around reparations is so very exciting and critical at this time because the quest for reparations is now being recognized finally as a legitimate concept that has entered the mainstream and again being seriously considered. One of the reasons is the way we're currently framing the issue. You see, we have advanced the understanding that reparations is not limited to historic harms from the enslavement era, but also in organizing to connect the dots to its lingering impacts, vestiges, what I call the legacies, which manifest today in systemic racism, educational inequities, health disparities, mass incarceration, and more. My mantra, the harms from the enslavement era were multifaceted. Thus, the remedies must be multifaceted as well. Organizing is so very important to be able to have reparations fashioned in as many ways as necessary to equitably address the countless manifestations of injustice emanating from America's original sin. And I just want to conclude by just saying a little bit about the organization that I founded and chair, now called the Reparation Education Project. I call it a new organization with deep roots, and deep roots because I'm a founding member of NCOBRA, National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. I'm a lifetime member of NCOBRA and still work very closely with the organization. But the mission of the Reparation Education Project is to support and amplify the escalating reparations ecosystem as a trusted resource and strategic thought partner, bringing to the table longstanding expertise and demonstrated capacity for cross-sector collaboration. Reparation Education Project is not a membership organization. It's not a grassroots organization or anything. It's not competing with any of the other groups out there. But what do? We specialize in presentations and training, strategic planning, guidance on reparations to nonprofit organizations, academic and faith institutions, descendant advocacy communities, corporations and industry, celebrity influencers, private estates, philanthropy. And we have a website, www.reparationeducationproject.org. That's reparation without the S. We have basic fact sheets there. We have Reparations 101 educational political information briefing. We have my TED Talk, Reparations, an issue whose time has come. The link to the video is there, as well as the transcript. We have my current book, Reparations on Fire, How and Why It's Spreading Across America. And in the appendix to that book, once I found out the book from 1987 that I co-wrote with Brother Imari and Brother Chokwe was banned in this country, I, as the living survivor of author of that book, have in the appendix of Reparations on Fire, I have the text of that book. So just in concluding, Reparation Education Project also has a monthly webinar called the Reparations Movement Monthly Meetup, RMMM. We meet the last Tuesday of every month virtually. Again, it's to connect names to faces, all that jazz. We have a Reparation Information Thought Series. The next one is this Tuesday. The theme is Shaping Narrative, Spotlight on Reparation Book Authors. Folk can register for that webinar at www.nbcit.org/events. And then lastly, we provide technical assistance upon request to legislative bodies, as we know there are reparation commissions and task forces all over the country just popping up. And we provide technical assistance to them, as well as continuing the promotion of HR 40, either legislatively or via executive order. Again, thank you for inviting me, and I look forward to the rest of the discussion.
All right, sisters and brothers, wherever you are, let's give that presentation a strong hand. Thank you, attorney. It's an honor. And very happy to see your reparations education project. That fits perfectly into this segment here, because we know that education and information is the key to every struggle, and particularly this particular revolution here. Very important. We're happy we could just give you this platform, and if we will work hard for other platforms for you, ma'am, to help educate our people. Thank you so much for taking your valuable time out. That's the Honorable Nkechi Taifa. So you all see now Reparations Education Project. We have built-in education component by experts. As we've heard, we have great activists, organizers. They're all at the table here. We're all at the table, and we're all being heard from today. Everybody is getting out their positions today. And this is part of our sharing and unifying, laying this foundation as we move forward. And with that being stated, we want to now, we're talking about here, as we move, because we have other greats here on the line, but we're talking about here now for the strategic plan, that there is a long-term strategic plan that comes from the Afro-descendant nation. And Brother Chikuyu Lukata is going to explain that to us now. And then after that, I see we have Attorney Harriet Abubakar the great attorney, freedom fighter on the line down here, and Professor James Small, Governor General Ajani Mukaram, and attorney, pardon me, she's not attorney. I don't think she's attorney Ifia in Gaza. She might be though. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised. Anyway,
I am an attorney. I've been an attorney for almost 45 years.
Pardon my ignorance, and that just makes you that much more awesome because you just doing some awesome things. We want to move this program so we can hear from these greats. So Brother Lukata, can you come on now? And thank you, greats, for being patient through this important process. Go ahead, Brother Lukata. It's on, the floor is yours, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Zulu Shabazz. As a member of the group that developed a 100-year plan for elevating the quality of life of African people, I just want to say, Abarize in China, which is good afternoon. While our group did not start off as a quote unquote reparation group, our work was and is healing and repair centered. With over 400 years of collective efforts toward improving the lives of African people, this group of elders and a few youngsters all understand the critical importance of framing the African future in the principles of the Nguzo Saba, the laws of Mayat, and the philosophies of the Adinkra symbols. Within that mental framework, we came together to outline the long-term strategic plan for Black America. It was within this mental framework that we endured each other for 19 months in order to put together the plan that would elevate the quality of life for African people to unimaginable heights. It was within this mental framework that we overcame some major and minor disagreements to forge a document that can all Africans. We are presumptuous that the national teach-in on reparations and self-determination for African people is built on that same framework. We are presumptuous that reparations means healing and repair of African people, and self-determination means Africans controlling our lives and our community. So African reparations agitators seeking to uplift the quality of life for my people, as Margaret Walker Alexander would put it. In terms of what our organization is doing in the
Brother, you kind of going in and out. Say something to you. Let me say something to you real quick as we proceed. You're giving great information, but you're kind of going in and out. So I don't know if you can adjust that, but we'll hear from you. And just as a future, you okay now, but there's a button on your screen. Anyway, forget that. That'll make it come through clearer, but we'll work through that next time. Is there any way we can hear you clearer right now?
He should turn off his video.
I will turn off my video and see if that clarifies my audio.
Right. Keep speaking. It's okay. We hear you by audio. Come on with the report so we can keep it moving. We honor you. Keep going.
Okay, so again, let me turn off my video and see if the audio is better. Is that better? Am I heard better now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So again, we're working to, as a group, the most educated, the most prosperous, the most physically satisfied and healthiest people on the planet. We believe we can rank ourselves as our quality of life as number 1 in the world with respect to our ability to fulfill our collective needs and desires and experience the best possible well-being. Through a methodical and purposeful implementation of the 100-year plan, African people can become totally self-reliant, self-determined, self-repaired, and even self-governed. Through the methodical implementation of this 100-year plan, African people can bring to fruition Malcolm X's admonishment to us when he said, we need to declare our right on this earth to be a human being, to be respected as a human being, to be given the rights of a human being in this society, on this earth, in this day, which we intend to bring into existence. It is our intention to say that we can, or what can be a more greater reparations for African people than becoming the happiest, the healthiest, the most educated, the most prosperous, most physically satisfied, and healthiest people on the planet. If you can concur with this sentiment, we want to encourage you to visit www.blackeconomics.org and review the long-term strategic plan for Black American. Then we want you to invite 10 other persons to also visit blackeconomics.org to review the plan. Finally, we want all Black-centered groups, especially sincere reparations agitators, to take an optimistic attitude and progressive posture, revered ancestors, which is deeply imbued in the long-term strategic plan for African people. We believe
you're skipping in and out right now.
That Nat Turner would approve this plan. We believe that Callie House would approve this plan. We believe that Baba Hannibal Afrique would approve this plan. We believe that in Jerry and Gaza would approve this plan. We believe Mario Bedelli would approve this plan. We believe that their approval is based on the reality that the plan is a living document that will grow as the buy-in for African people grows. So again, we invite you to visit blackeconomics.org to read the plan. And in the spirit of African unity, we say Asante Sana to the Afro-descended nation for this opportunity. With that, we give it back.
All right, let's give him a strong hand. Brother Lukata, I know that you broke partially, but what has been developed, I want those to understand that Brother Lukata and Brother Brooks Robinson have been working in the Afro-descendant nation for over a year and a half to develop a proposed strategic reparations plan. It comes out of the think tank of the Afro-descendant nation. And this is something that we want to work with you other leaders on over the course of some months so that we can all approve a strategic plan we can all agree on. I want to be clear with all of these great leaders that we're listening to, that we have plans to consult. We want to consult with you, and we want to work with you on such valuable projects such as the plebiscite, such as the strategic plan, where we all agree where we're going. I mean, we're trying to unite 200 to 500 Black organizations that will be uncompromised for reparations. That's what we're trying to do here. We're laying this foundation. We thank you. We have a think tank. We thank you, our Brother Lukata, Brother Brooks. I'm going to move the program on. I know this is Sunday. You all have time. For those that are staying with us or listening to us, I thank you for hanging in here with us. We're going to move now to an honorable attorney and queen who has been just a stalwart for our people since the days and times of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. She comes from his family. She's the wife of the Honorable Silas Muhammad, and in her own right, she is a strong advocate. Then I'm coming to you, Professor Smalls, next. I'm coming to everybody, trying to move fast, but giving respect. So I want us to hear right now from a key voice in our movement and another strong Black woman. One thing we're happy about today, this meeting has been well represented by the people that are keeping this movement going, and that is Black women, honestly. And they have a,
I got muted.
sisters are keeping this movement going, and they have a voice here as we are trying to work through this process. If you look at it as we move forward, this national teaching on reparations, these voices here could represent a provisional government. They come from all parts of the country, all aspects of the movement. This could be a provisional government. Anyway, I bring on now the Honorable Attorney Harriet Abubakar, the wife of Honorable Silas Muhammad. Let us hear from her at this moment. Lead counsel for the Afro-Descendant Nation, Sister Attorney Harriet Abubakar. You have the floor, ma'am.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Wa alaikum salam. We can hear you clearly.
All right. To all of our viewing participants today, I greet you all. And I want to remind you that in terms of what we're trying to do, it's not just the national effort here, it's an international effort. We are organizing ourselves in unity in the United States, it's true, but not just for our purposes only. We're doing it for the entire slavery diaspora. And I never knew as a child how my destiny was being shaped for future things that I was to do. It just so happened I lost my parents at a young age. And because I was the girlfriend of Akbar Muhammad, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad took me under his wing and treated me as if I was already a daughter-in-law. Now, we hadn't married yet, but that's the way he was with me. And I really appreciate all of the love and teachings I got from him while still a teenager. One of the incidents after we did marry, that's Akbar and I, was an incident that occurred in New York City. I don't know what was going on. I don't think we ever knew. But the Jewish people had blocked the boats that came in from Egypt and would not allow them to unload their wares. So they went to Malcolm X and they asked him to help them in this situation. He did. He closed down Harlem for a while. And with that kind of pressure on them, all of a sudden, the Egyptians were allowed to unload their wares. From that developed an idea by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X to put together some kind of unity agreement between us as a people so that we would get to know each other better. So my husband at that time, Akbar Muhammad, and I were asked to move to Cairo, Egypt as cultural attachés between the Muslims in the United States and the Egyptian government. And at that time, it was known as the Jumhuriyat al-Arabiyyat al-Muttahida. And as that, we served about 2 or 3 years. It was a good start. I didn't know it was preparing me for the future, but during that time, I was able to learn how to act as a cultural attaché on an international setting. Later, as my husband, the Honorable Silas Muhammad, mentioned to you earlier, I was asked by him to approach the United Nations and connect with the United Nations. Now, I did not know anything about the UN. I had been prepared for law, and that's not really part of our legal training, is to be involved in international law. So everything that I was to learn about international law, I had to do by being over there. So my husband, Silas Muhammad, sent me to Geneva for that kind of training. I didn't know up from down about the United Nations, but I did learn. I worked under the auspices of Dr. Joseph Cly. Some of you might have known him. And then I also worked under an NGO status. That's one of the things you have to be heard over there, called CURE, Caucasians United for Reparations and Emancipation. That was later changed to All for Reparations and Emancipation. Now, what does that do for you over there? It gives you the right to have consultative status. And as such, with consultative status, you're allowed to speak and be heard before the working groups and before the council in the United Nations. And once we got this status and we learned how to lobby and how it's done, it was interesting because they put me under the guidance of he was a Dutch attorney at the time. And he told me, Harriet, if you want people to take you seriously in the United Nations, you are going to have to continue to deliver your cause for 7 years nonstop. If you don't do that, no one's going to pay you any attention. So I said, well, all right, that's something we can do. And we got started on that. Sometimes I was under Dr. Cly's NGO status as Iram. And when we got started, I was under CURE's NGO status. But we got into the mechanism of the United Nations and how it works. And my husband had thrown me out there, and we got everything set up for him. And he made his first intervention, that's what they're called, in 1997. What he did at that point in time is point out to the United Nations that with their international covenants on civil and political rights, Article 27, they had basically left all of those of us who were part of the slavery diaspora without any human rights protection or recognition. And they paused, they looked at him like, what are you talking about? So he began to explain to them. And Article 27, so that you'll know, says in those states in which ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities exist, persons belonging to such minorities shall not be denied the right, in community with the other members of their group, to enjoy their own culture, to profess and practice their own religion, or to use their own language. He pointed out to them how they were in error in that human rights law, because during slavery, all of that had been deliberately and systematically wiped out with all of those of us who were slaves. This was not wanted by the slave master. It had no meaning to them, and it was not recognized. Our culture, our language, our mother tongue was all deliberately and systematically destroyed. So if it was destroyed, then how can we have what you consider to be something that all nations on the earth have, human rights? He pointed out to them that we don't have human rights to be protected. So what are you going to do for us, since one of your bragging posts to the world is that you are for human rights for everyone, everywhere? So this surprised them. It caught them off guard. They obviously had not thought about it, but they did see the reality of it. And there was Professor Mahedi at the time that was part of the working group. He was so astonished by this revelation from Silas Muhammad until he got up from his seating position. It was a large auditorium also. And he took the time to walk back all the way to where we were sitting at the time. And he shook his hand and thanked him for pointing that out. Another working group leader that pointed that out was Professor Ide from one of the European nations. I think he was from Norway. And he pointed that out also. And he said, we now have to find out how and where you fit. And that is something that the United Nations, for the first time, started doing, because they had never thought about it before, because we as Blacks had never complained about it before. They thought we were happy being right under the Caucasians in whatever countries we were located in. And we did learn from the United Nations that they deal with problems that are similarly situated. So what they did after that point in time is include in their standing agenda the lingering effects of plantation slavery. And this continued for years. It gave us the right, the legal right, to be heard every single time that we had a meeting. My husband, Silas Muhammad, also pointed out to them that because of the way slavery was done throughout the diaspora, we needed interpreters. We as Black people could not even talk to each other. Think about that. We couldn't get together and talk about our common problems. So he asked them to give us seminars and give us interpreters. What do you mean interpreters? Well, remember what the situation was in that time and then. The Brazilians, who was the largest number of people in the African diaspora, they were over 70 million then, way outnumbered us in the United States. They were comfortable with Portuguese. Then you had all of the Afro-descendant people throughout South America, and they were comfortable with Spanish. And then there were the rest of us, a smaller number in the United States and in Canada, who were comfortable with English. So he asked them, give us interpreters in at least those 3 languages so that we can communicate with each other. And they said, all right, you have a point there. We will certainly start working on that. And they did. And I'm telling you about this because this is the history of the Afro-descendant name. First, we met in a palace. I think it was the Woodrow Wilson Palace they had there in Geneva. Then we met up in Montreal, Canada. Then we had another meeting in La Ceiba, Honduras. Again, keep in mind, these were countries, these were seminars that were set up under the auspices and protection of the United Nations. And this is one of the things the Honorable Salis Muhammad had asked them to do, and they did follow through with that. We say protection because in some countries in which we met, trying to have a meeting, even if you were representing the United Nations or attached to the United Nations in any way, meant you might be kidnapped. So when we got off planes in the different countries, we had to be met with machine gun security guards for protection. We did that. In La Ceiba, Honduras, we were there about a month, about a week. And the name came up because the big deal was, and still is, how are we going to be recognized? As far as the United Nations is concerned, you have to be represented as a nation or a people. And we have been encouraged to be represented as people. So as peoples, we needed a name. We debated, we talked about it for a whole week. Those of us who are from the United States, we had been taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that we were lost, found people. We discussed that in La Ceiba. That did not sit well with too many of the people that were there. Also, we discussed other names. And most of the South Americans in the slavery diaspora had been using Afro-descendants. They were comfortable with it. They understood it. And that's the name they wanted to use. So after a week of discussion about it, we took a vote. And I want you to know this, those of you who are leaders in the United States, that this Afro-descendant name was not forced down anyone's throats. It was one of the first times in history where we as Black people were allowed to name ourselves. We took a vote on the name and we decided to be known as Afro-descendants. This was done by representatives selected by the United Nations from at least 19 countries that were part of the slavery diaspora. Remember that, our people here in the United States, because this is not one of those situations where the white man is forcing a name on you. This is something that we did as Black people with their protection. And we decided on the name Afro-descendants. It was discussed by Brazil, who was uncomfortable with the Portuguese, that they wanted to add something. So a discussion was taking place. And most of this came under the guidance of Professor Jose Bengoa from Santiago, Chile. He, when we met in La Ceiba, Honduras, brought that up. Then we went on to another country, Chincha, Peru. Another entity picked by the United Nations because it had something to do with the slavery diaspora. That's something, I've been told to wrap it up. The time is up. But let me pass this on right quickly. Our people have been forced to dig an 11-mile-long tunnel underground into a hacienda in Chincha, Peru. That's why they chose that place. But there we finished up more of our meetings. We discussed a definition, and everything was going along too smoothly, I guess, because That was our last meeting. After that, the United Nations closed down the Human Rights Department and opened it up with a council. Now, why did they do that? And with that, I'll pause and we can get back to other things. Thank you.
All right, sisters and brothers, very important historic information. Let's give the Honorable Sister Attorney Harriet Abubakar our love for that presentation. Honor you, ma'am. And I want to tell everyone here that you all are valuable leaders and scholars. And therefore, I think where the Afro-descended nation is headed is that we're setting up platforms where our people can be continuously educated. And so all of these greats will have extended platforms and times to get further into this more valuable information. Today, everyone is giving a kind of a synopsis or a preview on what their organization brings to the table. But I can guarantee you this, ma'am, that we're fighting to set up a structure where you can lay all of this out and we can appreciate it, as well as every other scholar that's come on here. Today, we're going to produce a transcript of this program that will be transcribed and released to the public. And this video webinar is going to be extensively marketed throughout this nation. So again, I apologize that everybody can't break it down as long as they would, but I guarantee you that that forum is coming because, as Attorney Taifa said, education and knowledge and what you're sharing is an extreme important nature. I honor you for the foundation that you've laid for us.
Thank you.
Attorney. Okay, so I'm going to move down the line here. Attorney Ngwaza in Nwangaza. I know she's been waiting, and I thank you. We'll bring you on in a moment, and I'm going to come to Professor James Small. Then I'll come to you, and I'm looking for two persons, which is AFRI, the NGO, Ishmael Salam, Brother Ishmael, to come on, and hopefully from CARICOM, the Caribbean organization fighting for reparations. I saw him check in, Brother Eric Phillips. Then we can, if anybody can remain around, we'll take some questions. And that will mean a nice, strong body of leadership came on board today. Right now, one of our elders, I can safely say he represents the position of Dr. Leonard Jeffries also. So I want to bring on to you one of our great educators and fighters for our liberation and reparations, and a man who pretty much, he knows a lot because he's been in all of these circles. He's a mentor to many. He's a big brother and a confidant to Khalid Muhammad, and certainly he has been a key supporter and a spiritual and political ally of mine. It's an honor to bring on here today to cast his perspective on where we are and where we can go with what he sees. His analysis would be critical. The Honorable Professor James Small from Sana Lodge Enterprise in Ghana. Honorable Professor James Small, welcome to the National Reparations Teach-In Bible.
Thank you, Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz, the conductor. I like that term, conductor. But I want to thank the Honorable Salas Muhammad. I want to thank Madam President of the Afro-Descendant Nation. And I want to dearly thank Sister Abubakar, Attorney Abubakar Muhammad, for that piece of history. I didn't have that. I had little tiny bits and pieces of it, but that was extraordinary to hear just that summation. I've been on all day because I wanted to hear everybody. I wanted to get a sense, because my purpose is to be inspirational. You don't need any more technical details and stuff. You've got it. You've got the work. You know, the bottom line is that we deserve and we will have restitution, compensation, and reparations because we deserve it. A crime was committed against our peoples. a genocide was committed and is continuous against our people in all the spheres, in our cultural realm, our spiritual realm, our economic realm, and the destruction of our name, our family linkages, our cultural practices, our spiritual knowledge, and our religious systems. And if we're to be whole, we need the opportunity to be repaired. And I listened to all of those speaking, those who talked about the economic repair, the political repair, the cultural repair, the spiritual repair. But the chief thing is the unity issue. We must be clear that we're going to be united no matter what. We know that on the 14th, there's a conference on reparations taking place in Ghana, West Africa, which is sponsored by the African Union. And they're looking at the relationship between the thrust of the continental African states and community and the relationship of setting up that struggle with those of us in the diaspora who are fighting for reparations. So we know that this reparations movement, we know of the CARICOM movement, we know that it's worldwide. Multiple other African states are thrusting, Kenya and others, forward with their reparations performance. The Ghana piece is to kind of give a kind of a blueprint on how the whole continent should come together to approach it. And I'm hoping them the greatest success, I think, is from the 14th to the 17th of this month. But for what I've heard today, I think the Afro-descended nation, and thanks to Honorable Salis Muhammad, have really pulled together a network of scholarship, a network of expertise that have looked at this struggle. I think I was one in the founding membership of NCOBRA down in Philly so many years ago. I forgot how long it went. One of my first teachers when I joined Malcolm's OAAU was looking at his sister Ella Collins, but also looking at our great female leaders. There were multiple of them. This is not a new occasion to see our sisters rise up with such power. But Sister Moore, Queen Mother Moore, was one of the sisters that was leading us youngsters. I think I was 21 years old then, into trying to understand how to fight for reparations. And this is a struggle that has gone on since the day we stepped out of the slavery, chattel, chain slavery condition. This is not a new struggle. We're continuing the struggle and trying to define it in a context that we can bring victory to it. But I think one thing we must also realize, and I think it was the young brother, Eunice, talking about it, we are wealthy people, one of the wealthiest African populations in the world. This year, we'll probably give away, not spend, something close to $2 trillion in consumer dollars to our enemies. There's very few nations in the world that have $2 trillion to spend. If we look, the majority of the African American population in the United States have moved southwards of the Mason-Dixie line. And we still own millions of acres of land that is ununited in our relationships. So we already have a landmass nation already here. And we certainly, if we take in the real estate ownership across the United States, because you don't have to be contiguous to be a nation in terms of real estate relationships. We have the wealth. We need the knowledge that brings about the kind of unity where we can unite economically, we can unite politically, and we can unite culturally. And I think the discussion today tells me that that is very, very possible. That is very, very possible. And we have the resources necessary to function as a nation right now, if we can come to the realization of the political unity, the economic unity, the cultural unity. And when I say cultural unity, I'm talking about all of those spiritual and religious systems that we are part of, that at the end of the day, there's only one God in the universe. It doesn't care what we call it. Religions are simply different approaches to trying to access that divine essence. So I'm just honored and pleased to be among the extraordinary minds that I've heard today, and the extraordinary analysis and the extraordinary work that the different organizations have put in and it is putting in. And I think this effort, and I'm going to try to stay on board for as long as it takes for every conference that you have and every effort I can do with the Sons of Africa and the OAU and the other formations I work with to make sure we bring our strength to help the Afro-descendant nation accomplish this mission that you're on. Thank you very much.
All right, Professor James Small. Let's give honor, brother, for your insight and for your words and for your insight. Sisters and brothers, this is a great afternoon. We're in the process of two things here, just like we said from the beginning. Our objective is to help to unify the reparations and self-determination movement. We must intensify the struggle and the level of progress that we're making humbly. We have to be more aggressive in getting towards our goals. And we're achieving some of them now by listening to each other, by getting to know each other better, and by being on the same platform. We're in that stage right now. At the same time, we're talking with these activist organizations, Black Lives Matter, those with Brother Ramzu and others, because we understand that that there's going to have to be a serious organizing, and there's going to be a fight. That we must understand that as we get to know each other better, as we move around the country, our convention is coming to Washington, D.C. at Howard University in March. If it be the will of this body, we could go to New York for Juneteenth. And certainly we're waiting to hear from Mr. Cam Howard. I know he got off a plane, and the Chicago people want us to come there ahead of the Democratic Convention next year. This means that we're respecting the freedom fighters that are in different regions, and we're trying to give everybody a chance to meet them, and to, if we can get on board with each other, we will, as part of this ground laying process. So in relationship to that, I want to bring on to you a great elder and freedom fighter from N'Cobra and the Republic of New Africa, also the African People's Socialist Party, and revolutionary attorney in her own right, Attorney Ifeanyi Nwangaza. Ifeanyi Nwangaza. We have to get that Gaza in there right. It's not a coincidence. She's very passionate about human rights, about our people. She's a revolutionary, and she's very, very passionate about Gaza in this hour. And I just say a short word on that means to let you know that we're up against a hard enemy. We should tell no lies and claim no easy victories. We're dealing with a government here that uses the United Nations when it's to its strategic or tactical advantage, but disses and ignores the United Nations when they desire, such as in the case of State of Israel committing genocide and bombing the Palestinian population. In that case, the United States disregards the will of the United Nations blatantly and boldly. Many contradictions here, but that's the story of our lives as Black or African people. It's nothing new. We just tell no lies. We claim no easy victory. We in for a tough fight, but we're prepared to be involved in a tough fight. And so I want to bring to you now Attorney Ifeanyi Nwangaza, the Executive Director of the Malcolm X Center and a longtime elder and freedom fighter in this movement, man. We're happy to hear from you, and then our final speakers, but we're honored to give you the floor and thank you for your patience.
It's my honor and my privilege to be here with you all today. And I say, first of all, Hotep, Shalom, praise the Lord, Assalamu alaikum, free to land, and what's up. I express my appreciation to the sisters and brothers and make many thanks to the Afro-descendant nation leaders and organizers for this convening, this gathering, and the affirmation of the principles of operational unity, unity without conformity, and with respect for spiritual and gender diversity. I am a proud daughter of the Garvey movement. My parents were Garveyites. I was born in the struggle. I'm a South Carolina-based civil and human rights attorney and have been since 1978. A historian with a particular emphasis on African and New African history. Probably the first ever such degree, a master's degree from Temple University, even before the program that exists today was formed. In fact, I had to create my own curriculum. I am the founding director of the Malcolm X Center for Self-Determination and the Malcolm X Community Radio Network, a veteran of the 1960s Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee Atlanta Project, which under the leadership of William Bell Ware authored the original Black Power position paper, which was first resisted and later popularized by Kwame Ture and Mukasa Ricks. It laid the foundation for the 1968 James Forman Black Manifesto presented at Riverside Baptist Church, the foundation for today's Black Lives Matter movement. I'm a co-founder of NCOBRA, National Malcolm X Grassroots Movement, Black Hispanic Coalition, and have represented our political prisoners, prisoners of war, and exiles at the United Nations since 2001. I began my international work as a high school student under the auspices of the Church of the Lord Jesus Christ Apostolic Faith, headquartered in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, with churches and broadcasts throughout the Europe, Africa, and the Central and South America. There was a point at which at no time could you go in this country where you would not at least once a week hear that broadcast. My first assignment was to audit the orphanage school and parish in Liberia, Monrovia, Liberia. My work on the question of reparations began as a high school student with measuring the impact of the Ma'afa by what we call today epigenetics. I won an award for the experimentation with flatworms, establishing the fact that trauma passes from one generation to the next. This was followed as a law student with my work on the issue of environmental justice and participation in the drafting of the United Nations Treaty for the Law of the Sea. That continued representation included the picking up and advancing of the Truth and Reconciliation proposal of Dr. Mutulu Shakur. That work continues. In addition, is the protection, promotion, and defense of the DDPA, or the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. The Durban Declaration and Program of Action is of critical importance for us because it symbolizes the exercise of the human right of self-determination. In 2001, after years of preparatory work, African and other oppressed peoples came together for a second time, as they had previously in the Bandung Conference, to establish an agenda for ourselves. That agenda is what is today recognized as the United Nations Durban Declaration and Program of Action. The leadership on the principle of reparations was by Attorney Roger Warren and the December 12th movement, out of which a consensus, not a compromise, but a consensus was reached that reparations are due to us based on the human rights violation of colonialism, slavery, apartheid, and genocide. The United States, under the leadership of Colin Powell, of course, some may remember, walked out claiming that since Israel is an apartheid state, that the document was anti-Semitic, disregarding the fact, of course, that the Palestinians are also Semites. We have spent the recent years resisting the baubles and shiny objects that the United States has attempted to replace the DDPA with, the most recent of which is the so-called Permanent Forum for on People of African Descent, of which Justin Hansford represents the North Atlantic region and carries with him the benefit of the respect for the name of Thurgood Marshall Law School, which represents a misplaced trust and credibility. We will go again to the third session of the People's Forum. And even though the Permanent Forum, even though there are talks about reparations, the 10 handpicked members of the forum have shaped the discussion about reparations and the definition in a manner that is comfortable and persuasive of the colonizers and the enslavers. We urge the monitoring, we urge the participation in the campaign to protect, promote, defend, and advance the Durban Declaration and Program of Action to ensure that any and all activities in our name are grounded in the Durban Declaration and therefore grounded in the definition and our exercise of self-determination. Go to the United Nations website, look up the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. There will be a third session in Geneva in April of 2024. In the meantime, our email address is mxcentergvl for Greenville @gmail.com for further information and participation. I thank you.
All right. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Attorney Mwangaza. Thank you so much. And I want to pledge to you, I believe I have this authority, that we want to work closely with you to fulfill the mandates from Durban. I've understood you at the convention. I understand you now that there are mandates in this process that haven't been fulfilled, and we in no way here are trying to reinvent the entire wheel. So I would like to continue, we would like to continue consult with you so we can get specific and fulfill those mandates, as we are trying to convert this reparations movement into a mass movement. Self-determination to a mass movement. Certainly we want to, we're happy to be working with, honor you and respect you, and we will be following back up with you shortly, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. What we're going to do is we have some other very important guests to hear, and then we're going to let you all go on this historic day. I think what I'm going to do now is, I know we have the Governor General who is on the runway, Johnny Mukaram. He's about to come up in a moment. Mr. Ajani Mukaram, who is the Governor General of the Afro-descendant nation, a man that has laid this foundation long before I came into this structure. Right now, because we want to, I think he's on a limited phone connection, so we want to bring on from CARICOM, the Caribbean organization fighting for reparations. And then we'll hear from the Emmett Till family. Then we come into the Governor General. A lot of greats on here today. Thank you for taking the time right now. Let's hear from Mr. Eric Phillips, the chair from Guyana of the organization that's fighting for reparations in the Caribbean, CARICOM. Honor, Mr. Eric Phillips. Honor, sir.
Thank you. Good day. I'm at the Atlanta airport on my way to Ghana for the meeting between the African Union and CARICOM, along with civil society, sponsored by the president of Ghana, who's been very vocal on this issue. As you know, CARICOM has a 10-point plan that was created 10 years ago. And that 10-point plan spoke about an apology. It spoke about an indigenous development program, because the CARICOM initiative deals with native genocide as well as African slavery. It speaks to repatriation, especially the Rastafari community. We're now renaming that resettlement, because resettlement is far more broad than just repatriation. It's about health, education, technology transfer, the right to have technology. It's about debt relief, but more importantly, it's about financial payments. And recently, under the auspices of Patrick Robinson, who is a Jamaican judge who sits on the International Court of Justice, there was an analysis that the monies owed to 31 countries, including the United States, is $107 trillion. And it deals with loss of life, loss of the ability to work, psychological harm, sexual rape, etc., etc. And that has garnered a lot of attention from Europe. But in the Caribbean, we have been pursuing partnerships. Of course, we're a partner with the NARC in the USA, but we've been partnering with the African Union, have been engaging them since September 7, 2 years ago. So there's a lot going on between the heads of states of CARICOM and the heads of states of the African Union. As I mentioned, I'm on my way to a conference in
You got a little technical difficulty right now. Let's give them a minute.
Want to engage them are being barred strategically by this process. And of course, the ICJ also deals with sovereign states, although we're looking at the permanent forum of the United Nations of people of African descent to look for an advisory opinion, etc. But we've been engaging the African Union, and just 2 weeks ago, the African Exim-Import Bank had a conference in Guyana, second annual conference, and they've put aside $1.5 to $3 billion for trade between Africa and the Caribbean. Of course, we haven't really engaged the United States, the African Development Bank, but listening to the earlier speakers, it is clear that we have to have a global movement. It is clear that Africa has to be involved. It is clear that the USA has to be involved, the Caribbean has to be involved. And more importantly, or just as importantly, we have a lot of people in the diaspora, in the Netherlands, in England, in France, in Germany, who feel left out of this process. I have been fortunate to be in Holland 3 times this year, working with the Dutch folks who mainly Surinamese. There are almost 400,000 Surinamese in Holland, and they have formed a Netherlands Reparations Committee that's associated with CARICOM. And in the Caribbean, we still have colonies. We still have Dutch colonies, Curacao, Aruba, Bonaire. And so while the Dutch Prime Minister apologized on the 19th of December last year, and the King apologized July 1st this year, there's a fundamental problem because you can't apologize for slavery and still have colonies. And so we're trying to figure out how to deal with this. And I'm part of a group looking at how to approach all the different groups. Of course, we have the sovereign state to sovereign state issue. We also have the monarchy. The monarchies in Europe played important roles. As a matter of fact, for over 270 years, 12 monarchs in Europe, in England, made a lot of money and used their armies to help to capture folks in Africa. And of course, we have the Netherlands. But we also have the church. We also have banks and institutions of that nature. And we also have families who are coming forward to apologize. In August this year, we had the Gladstone family in Guyana. We hosted them. This was the family that was the largest slave owner in the British colonies and received a lot of money, and now they've come forward to apologize. And they are trying to determine the terms and conditions of what they want to pay. And so I'm part of a group looking at how to prevent that, because you can't be a criminal, because it's a crime against humanity. You can't be the judge, and then you can't be the jury to say what it is you're going to give us. And this is a real horrible trend, because just last week, Lloyd's of London reported that after 18 months of a study, they found that they were major providers of insurance to slave ships and slave owners, etc. And they came up with this idea that they're going to pay £12 million to help to improve the people, well, bring more Black folks in the UK into the insurance industry. And then they're going to provide £40 million to the American Development Bank and the African Development Bank for something. I don't know what the something is. But here is the danger. They're trying to define what it is they want to pay. And the £12 million is the way we see it, and I'm going to be discussing this in Ghana. That's corporate social responsibility. That's not reparations. What they have done with the 12 million is foolish. It's not reparations. What they're trying to do with the 40 million is to escape paying billions of dollars that they should be paying. So why, instead of giving the African Development Bank and the Caribbean Inter-American Development Bank 40 million pounds, why not sit down with African groups in African countries and open banks that Blacks would own, Africans would own, and put 100 million each and use your balance sheet to support us? That's real reparations, not providing 40 million to international institutions that are not even controlled by us. Same thing with the families. The Gladstones, of course, they're still to decide what they're going to do. The Trevelyan's apologized in Grenada, 143 members, and they're forming a fund. But we have to be careful on who's controlling our narrative. We have to be careful who's deciding what it is they want to pay. We have to be careful on the sums. And more importantly, we can't look at it just from a CARICOM point of view. We have to look at it holistically. For example, when the Dutch apologized in 19th of December last year, there was nothing that came out of the United States. Yet the Dutch owned slaves in New York, New Amsterdam at the time. So we have to start working together collectively, holistically, civil society and governments, so that we don't get picked apart piece by piece by groups who have no interest in providing reparations. Reparations also has to be self-reparations. I'm just cutting this because I don't know how much time I have. We in the African community, we have to start loving each other more. We have to start buying from each other. We have to start going in joint ventures with others. We're not. The church has gotten us so bent out of shape. We're denying our own spirituality. Our children are changing their hairs, whitening their skins, because the church, in a traditional sense, preaches about white superiority. It was the Catholic Church in 1452, that passed the Dum Divorces, the first papal bull that encouraged slavery. It basically said, if you're not Christian, we can enslave you and take all of your properties. And today, as a matter of fact, the Church of England apologized and they put up £100 million. Now, this church has billions of dollars. And what they have done is to have done a study to say that they're going to do entrepreneurship and they'll help with health and they'll help with certain other things. But that's not the harm they did. The greatest harm the church did was psychological harm, where we started to unlove ourselves, where we thought our religions were horrible, where we thought that our spiritual people were witch doctors, where when the Chinese prays, they pray to a Chinese person. The Hindus pray, they pray to an Indian person. We whites pray, they pray to a white person. Today, when we pray, we're praying to a white God. And yet the Bible itself says God made us in our own image, and we were the first people on earth. So there's a great deal of psychological harm that the church has done. And again, their remedy does not match the harm. They're trying to do entrepreneurship and they're trying to do a lot of impact investments with us. But we really need the church to decolonize their Bible, to decolonize the language, to start to support our spirituality, our African roots, our faithist roots. Because our ancestors, that's where our ancestors are. Our ancestors weren't Christians or Muslims. That's because the Arab slave trade went on for 13 centuries. The Christian slave trade went on for 4 centuries. So what I'm saying collectively is that we need to sit down and think through these things. Think through how the diaspora becomes stronger. Because in Guyana, we have a state, we have a sovereign state. In Jamaica, we have a sovereign state. In the United States, you do not have a sovereign state that you control. You're a minority in that sovereign state. And so the things they need to do, even HR 40, they don't want to do because there's no interest. But coming back to a point I was previously making, the self-healing. We have Kwanzaa principles. Those are important principles for us to embrace and work among ourselves. Unity, self-determination, collective economics. These are the things that we're not speaking about. We're in many silos and we're doing a lot of good things. But we need to look at this holistically. We need to be all in the same room. That's why the Ghana conference is so important, even though it's limited to its extent in that more civil society should be involved. But we need Africa. We need the Africa Union. We need the sovereign states. We need the US to have a strong reparations movement that is vibrant, and it is. We need the church to play its own role. We need civil society to play its role. We need to be looking at sustainable development. How do we create the type of wealth that is sustainable? And one final thing I'd like to say, which might be controversial, I think we really need to look at what's going on in Gaza, because that's a colony. And we were colonized in the Caribbean for a long while. And Africa was colonized after the Berlin Conference. And when you look at the folks that we have to negotiate with for reparations, you look at COVID, how they left us to die. We're of no interest to them. So we have to be very careful in understanding who it is we're dealing with, how we're going to approach them, and how we come together as a collective to fight for reparations. I know I'd like to say a lot more. I know there are many other speakers. I'm at the airport. I'm open for questions, but that's all I wanted to say. And I must congratulate the coordinators of this event. We need to do this every 2 months, every 3 months. This is a living event. Reparations is life. It's not something you do part-time, because there's so much happening, so much the church is trying to do in terms of £100 million and tricking us. So much Lloyd's of London is trying to do. So much universities are trying to do. We have to hold them accountable, but we have to define the narrative. We have to define what we want as reparations from them. And we also need to be very focused on self-reparations, which is how we heal ourselves. Thank you.
You are most welcome. You are most welcome, Mr. Phillips. I mean, you have opened my eyes, and I want to thank you so much. We want to thank you for coming on here and representing and updating us on what's happening in the Caribbean. We thank you so much. And I want to say that for every entity and every movement that has attended this meeting, that have come to the Afro-descendant nation, that what we're doing is at the service of other organizers and movement that come here. You've given us your time in Cobra, Attorney Taifa, everyone. In turn, the Afro-descendant nation and whatever we're doing is at the service of your organization. And this is going to be very important. Sir, you have outlined, you all are in another stage. You all are getting reparations payments, and you seem to be dealing with how they're being paid, who they're being paid by, and for what purposes, to ensure that our narrative is not stolen and that we're not shortchanged or chump changed in this process. I want to let you know that I'm going to be, and we are going to be reaching out to you further for official action. As
we're always available.
Stronger here.
Thank you. I know I'm going to see Nkechi in Ghana and others. We need to have these types of movements. And I was very interested in the previous Black economic, because we need to work together. I thank you very much.
So much. We are working together, and that is Mr. Eric Phillips from CARICOM, Caribbean organization that is on the spear for reparations. Okay, and just as a note, just so we be clear, we're fighting for reparations for Blacks in America, but I think that I'm on solid ground when I say that we are in lockstep with our brothers and sisters fighting for reparations from the Caribbean. And that I believe that I'm on solid ground when I say that there are 2 billion Africans in 144 countries across the planet, and that these governments, these churches that we're fighting, these banks that we're fighting, these families that we're fighting, they are international and multinational entities, and that we must say that the power of 2 billion of our people and many millions in the West, if united, would certainly have an impact on these entities that owe reparations, because they are multinational. And we are a Pan-African people, and if organized, we can punish the entities that have punished us for so long. Thank you. We will follow back up with you right away, not only with these forums, but for strategic action. We're here to produce action, and we honor you, Mr. Eric Phillips. You have helped make this an historic conversation and an historic moment. Okay.
Thank you, my brother. I'm going to run to my plane. Thank you so much.
And thank you. And we once again, we want to thank the Honorable Silas Muhammad for giving us the foundation that brought us together. I want everybody to understand here that this particular form and movement of the Afro-descendant nation is given to us by the vision of a pioneer, Mr. Silas Muhammad, and it is working. It is working in this hour. We have a long way to go, but we're laying a good foundation. Next up, I want you to hear from a family as we come to Governor General Johnny and the Afri NGO leader Ishmael. We want to come to a family that is very much a long-time part of our struggle for reparations. A family that represents the great martyr Emmett Till, and Emmett Till is a symbolic of the Black Holocaust and all of the lynchings and the murders that we have endured for so long. And this family and the struggle of Mamie Till Mobley is a key part of our reparation struggle. So I want you to now to welcome another strong freedom fighter and Black woman who is running for the United States Senate in the state of Mississippi for 2026. She's also helped us to fight police brutality in Mississippi and to help get white racist police officers, the Goon Squad, to get them locked up and behind bars. And she is fighting from the territory of the Black Holocaust and representing a great family. Please hear now from this reparations platform, the Honorable Miss Priscilla Till, representing the Emmett Till family. Please welcome her.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Malik Zulu Shabazz. As you all know, he represents our family as our attorney here in the state of Mississippi. And I would just like to share with you all, and I'll be brief. Thank God for this event because it is so needed. I would just like to say Mamie Till Mobley was a staunch supporter of reparations. She was here May 20th, 2002, meeting with the National Reparations Convention Committee here in Jackson, Mississippi, on behalf of the murders of many Black men and women, the financial balance Black people need here, especially starting in the state of Mississippi, and the unpaid labor that we've suffered for so long here in this state, as well as all over America. She also spoke on how the United States helped the Japanese American, which they formally apologized and also paid them reparations for their endurance for labor with World War II. Also, she spoke on the Holocaust victims who were also compensated for stolen property and forced labor. She also spoke on the Native Americans that America negotiated with them as far as giving them money and land and resources. So I just want to know, what does America plan on doing for us? We still have lynchings here in America, especially here in the state of Mississippi, where they just found a young Black male body parts all over a county, and no one has yet to arrest any of these men that are known to have been following him. We are still dealing with the police brutality of the men that Malik Zulu Shabazz represents here in Mississippi, who will be sentenced. But there is so much injustice here in the state of Mississippi that we need to start in the state of Mississippi, because Mississippi held the highest lynchings in America. So we can address Mississippi. Look at what happened to us on Tuesday with the voting. At 9:00 a.m., November 7th, 2023, we ran out of ballots at 9:00 in the morning, 11:00 at some polls, and didn't receive ballots till 3:00 that evening, and they were the wrong ballots. 2023, we are still dealing with voter suppression. So you tell me if we don't need to be coming together to fight for reparations. I am here for it. And thank God that you all are on the line listening to this, because we are in dire need of help in the state of Mississippi. They have stolen the election. I don't know if people are aware of what actually happened in the Emmett Till story, but you had United States senators involved with the getting J.W. Milam, Roy Bryant acquitted of a murder, of a kidnapping. These two men that sat beside the president at the time in 1955 were allowed to obstruct justice, come to Mississippi, and use it in a court of law in Emmett Till's kidnapping trial. I'm here for it. I stand on the legacy of Mamie Till Mobley. We are definitely staunch supporters of reparations, and whatever you need of us, we are here to support it. Thank you.
I honor you. I'm telling
yes,
you,
sir.
brothers, this is a very inspirational meeting. I thank everybody for taking your time to listen, but I think that we understand that history is unfolding. This is a major leader and from a major family in her own right, has waited hours to come and join this lineup and has joined this coalition. We honor you. I know that the Emmett Till family would be very much respected in the reparations fight, and we will be in close coordination as we step forward. You're very important. You all have connections inside the White House, and you all have a name that commands respect. We honor you. Not enough I can say about that. We're moving forward. I want everybody to understand, especially my action folks, Brother Ramzu, direct action man, Sister Melina Abdullah, direct action Black woman, new Black Panther Party listening, direct action people. We want y'all to stay ready. Right now, what we're doing is very important. It's called consulting with our leaders and hearing from our leaders all over the country so we can line up our forces for the battle to come. And we thank you so much for this chance. We're going to move here now. They have asked me to. They've asked me to bring on, swing on, because they missed him in the lineup, Mr. Cam Howard from Reparations United and the former Cobra chairman, and he represents Reparations United, and he represents the Midwest also, and Chicago. And Brother Cam Howard is extremely dedicated. He adds a lot to this process. Valuable voice at the table, so permit me to squeeze him in. The founder from Reparations United, he's helping us to build this coalition as we prepare to advance this struggle for reparations. That's what we're doing. We're advancing this struggle. The Honorable Cam Howard, brother, come on. Then the Governor General and Brother Ishmael. Then we close out with some nice rap tunes on reparation. Mr. Cam.
Thank you, Brother Minister, Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz. Okay. And I want to thank everyone like Dr. Smalls did and for the opportunity to be here. And I'm honored to and extremely appreciated to be amongst this list of national leaders of reparations. There's too many people to acknowledge, so just, I really appreciate this opportunity. This is a teaching, so I have a lot to share, so people can get their notes or whatever, because I have a lot to share. We were first asked to talk about what we see as unity. When I was with Cobra, I started an educational project called Reparations 1, 2, 3, which I think are the foundational principles of unity. And it comes out of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action that was spoke on earlier today. And I think these are the basic principles that we all should be united around. And number one is that crimes were committed, crimes against humanity, which are the gross level of crimes that a state can commit against its civilian population. And so in 2001, of course, at the World Conference Against Racism, the international community declared that enslavement, colonialism, apartheid were crimes against humanity. And those crimes consisted of three periods in America: the period of enslavement, the period of apartheid, which is called Jim Crow, and this current period we live in, post-1965, which I call the neo-apartheid era. Number two in Reparations 1, 2, 3 is continued impact or injury. Certainly, under the United Nations reparations legal framework, you have to identify crimes, you have to identify continued impact, and then reparations. So number two is continued impact, continued injury. And Cobra has historically said there was 5 major injury areas: education, criminal injustice, the criminal punishment system, health, our peoplehood, and the fourth one is education. Health, education, criminal punishment, peoplehood, and yeah, I think there's one more. Some cities are replacing peoplehood or culture with housing. I've seen that, and there are 5 injury areas, and the state of California had 14 areas in which they looked at continued impact. But the number two is continued impact, and number three is reparations to do. And under reparations, we state that, again, we look to the international community because there's no standard for reparations in America. And so we looked up to the international community for a standard on reparations, and that standard is full reparations. It says that that a party guilty of harms or crimes, in our case, against a population is mandated to engage in reparations, in full reparations. And there are 5 major components: cessation and guarantees and assurance of non-repetition, restitution, returning people back to where they would have been had they not been injured, compensation for the gravity of the crimes that were committed, satisfaction is a way to return the dignity back to a people, and then and then rehabilitation for heart, mind, and spirit damage. So I think these are the basic principles that we can all unify around. And again, this comes out of the Durban Declaration Program of Action. It's something that we can unify around in the entire global reparations struggle. Crimes were committed, there was continued impact and injury, and therefore reparations is due. Trying to set my timer. Give me 1 second, delete that. Let's start again. So now what am I doing? What is Reparations United doing in the movement? I had the privilege of being a NARC commissioner of revising, being a lead writer in revising HR 40 legislation, changing it from a study bill to a remedy bill. When California's Shirley Weber decided to introduce reparations legislation, she looked at HR 40 and implemented the exact bill on the state level. So we can take a little credit in writing the California bill. I was also the lead writer in writing the Illinois Reparations Commission bill and also the Chicago Reparations Commission bill. Each of those have been passed. Illinois was passed a year and a half ago, about a year ago, and Chicago was passed in 2020. And just recently, the new mayor, stated he would put $5.5 million into the next year's budget for the Chicago reparations, $500,000 going to the commission and $5 million going to an office of returning citizens, which we have advocated for Reparations United and the Conrad World Community Reparations Commission, which I think one of our leaders on. We advocated for a reparative basic income program for young men and women to move them out of the informal economy into the formal economy. And so that is part of the reparations that the Chicago mayor just indicated that he would put into the budget. So we're 3 out of 4 of the legislations that we proposed that have been passed, and we're working diligently on the 4th, which is the federal legislation. And I'll talk about that in a second. 3 initiatives that we're doing is the Reparations Unity Tour, entitled The Mission and Mandate, the Method. We've been going into these areas that supposedly are contentious, these areas where people are primarily in the lineage-based camp. And we're saying that we have to unite, even though we have these major differences, that we can unite around the mission. And the mission is a federal executive order, federal bill through executive order, federal commission through executive order. That is the mission, no matter what forms we should think reparations should take, no matter who we call, how we define ourselves, that the mission is the mission of getting an executive order. And we've had success in that. We've brought people together who had not been together before, and they say, yeah, we can unite around this mission because neither one of us have to give up our other beliefs around, again, who's eligible, what forms reparations should take, and what we call ourselves. The second action that we're doing nationally is we teamed up with a major law firm, as well as Howard University School of Law Movement Law Clinic, to revise the slavery disclosure ordinances that have been on the books for about 20 years in some cities and some states, but they haven't been enforced. So we've drafted a model bill called the Slavery Disclosure and Redress Ordinance, which mandates these non-governmental complicit actors in the enslavement and harm of our communities to engage in repair right now in our communities. All of the energy in the country right now has been around governments, state governments, local governments, federal governments, but we know there were corporations, institutions, and families who are also complicit, and that this slavery disclosure ordinance, slavery disclosure and redress ordinance, is a way in which we can bring justice, we can seek and demand justice from these entities as well. So we'll be rolling that out in November, December at the Evanston National Reparations Commission, November 30th to December 1st. And we're looking for as many organizations that want to take part in that process to join us. I'm going to put the link of that in the chat, a form that if you want to join that process, that effort, you can do so by filling out this form. I'll put that in the chat now. I don't see the chat. Okay, we probably don't have a chat. So I will put it in the question. Okay, we don't have a chat. Okay.
There's a QA room here.
Okay.
There's a QA room here. If you all can take note of what he's saying, there's a QA room with 28 questions right now. And as soon as the presentations, whoever will be remaining, we will answer questions. But go right ahead. This is
okay. So the next, I wanted to put these two links in. Maybe I can send them to someone. They can put the links out. And
send it to Miss Tahita, please.
Okay, I'll do that. And then the other campaign that we're undergoing right now is a national campaign for an executive order entitled "Earn My Vote." This also is a national campaign. We have a form for that as well if you want to sign on to that. What we understand right now, and a lot of people who are disappointed that the Republican Party controls the Congress, and we know nothing can be moved through Congress right now. And a lot of people just fell off of the national effort for federal redress. And we're saying this is the most opportune time for us to be pushing the national effort because we're in a presidential elections season and the Democratic Party is so dependent upon the Black vote. If we organize with the national campaign and demand a reparations commission through executive order, we believe we can do that. But it would take all of these organizations who are represented here and more to engage the president and the Democratic Party to make sure that that mission happens. So, like I said, we wrote 4 legislations and we passed 3 of the 4, and the final one is the executive order or the federal redress bill, and we're looking for an executive order in the amount of HR 40. That executive order has been written by someone in Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee's staff and forwarded to the president's team. He has it, and it's simply asking for an HR 40 commission through executive order. So it's designed to do exactly what HR 40 was designed to do, and that's to create a master plan of redress for Black America. And I say it's a master plan of redress because, one, it's supposed to study the period of enslavement and determine the continued impact of the crimes committed during the period of enslavement on current living Black people, and then craft remedies to address that current impact of enslavement. Secondly, it's supposed to design to study the period of apartheid, determine the continued impact of apartheid on current living Black folks in this country, and then craft remedies to address those current injuries. And then finally, and I'm going to conclude here because my time is up. Finally, it is to look at the neo-apartheid era crimes, mass incarceration, predatory lending, police terror, etc., and determine its the full impact on those of us living today and the continued impact it would have if redress is not done on our preceding generations, and craft remedies to address that continued impact. So we say HR 40 Commission is designed to create a master plan of redress for Black Americans. That's how we wrote the bill. And if we get the commission established, it's our job and duty to make sure we get experts on that commission to fulfill its mandate. And with that, I said, the struggle continues, reparations now. Thank you. Or I can keep talking.
Thanks, Cam. We appreciate it. And
Thank
please,
you, Dr. Tahita.
yes, sir. Thank you. And please send the links to me and I'll make sure that they get distributed.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. You have my email address.
I do.
Okay, great.
Sending it now.
All right. Attorney Malik is gone, but what we're, I guess he's coming back. But in the meantime, we have speakers from the Afro-descendant nation. I think we want to bring on Brother Ishmael Abdul Salam, Governor General. And I'm going to spotlight you in just a minute.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Peace and blessings. It's an honor to be here today. I am truly honored to be a part of this distinguished group. I've been listening to everyone from the beginning of the program, and understand how fortunate I am to have received this information today. We must find a way to make sure that this information gets out to the rest of our people. I am the CEO and chairman of the governing board for AFRI. AFRI is all for reparations and emancipation. We are a NGO, United Nations NGO. That's an NGO means non-governmental status, consultative status in the UN. Our mission is to engage the United Nations body and to seek partnerships that support self-determination and human rights for Afro-descendants people. I came upon this role this summer, 2023. I'm thankful for the Honorable Salis Muhammad, Queen Mashaki Muhammad, and Mrs. Ida Hakeem, the leader of CURE, who saw the trust, who bestowed the trust on me to lead this organization into our new future. And I'm honored to do so. I'm honored to serve with Governor General Ajani Mukaram and Miss Dr. Tahita Sabri Bronner, our current board members. We still have the expertise and guidance of the Honorable Salis Muhammad, Mrs. Muhammad, and Ida Hakeem as emeritus advisors of AFRI. And we continue to provide the United Nations with interventions, with reports from the United States and the other territories where Afro-descendants currently reside. What motivates me? I'm motivated by the spirit of my ancestors. I'm motivated by my 6th generation grandmother, a slave woman by the name of Hona, who was born in 1775 in Virginia, who was born 1 year before the signing of the Declarations of Independence. I'm motivated by that because it was in 1992 when Queen Mashaki first went to the United Nations and she sat with other leaders and we were looking to find out where we fit, and we sought to fit in the United Nations as national minorities because Afro-descendant people were here in the United States before the founding of the United States. We were here, as we recorded in 1555, brought over here by English slave traders. And we felt as though because we were here before this country, we deserved certain protections. And these are the same human rights and protections that other groups that receive reparations did have, namely Indians, Native Americans, and other groups who had received reparations. They had qualified under these rights and identifications as a national minority. I was honored in 2005 to give an intervention in Geneva with the Honorable Salis Muhammad. At that particular time, I did see the look in his face and in Queen Mashaki's face and Ida Hakeem's face, that what had happened and everything that we had done up until that point, that the United Nations was closing in and shutting down the Human Rights Commission. And perchance they saw an opportunity where we could receive reparations. And what happened prior to that, I saw, was that in 2001, when the Honorable Salis Muhammad gave an intervention in South Africa, demanding a forum for Afro-descendant people, we saw how the United States acted then on Afro-descendant people and sought to close our avenues down in the United Nations. And at that particular time, we began our own efforts to form our own efforts of self-determination by forming the Afro-descendant nation, because we realized that this struggle for reparations and repair cannot be the full responsibility of the United Nations. It must be full responsibility of Afro-descendant people. And while we saw in 2006 a new Human Rights Council formed, we saw that as a possible stumbling block because this new council was not as strong as the Human Rights Commission. And so we disengaged. Our activities and participation in the United Nations dwindled, and we started working on building our nation. Myself, along with others, have begun to quit America. I myself went to the UAE and Abu Dhabi and watched what was happening from afar. Some went to the Caribbean, some left. But as I saw our people continuing to fight, I knew I had to come back and re-engage back into this struggle. And now we have started a new effort in the United Nations of re-engagement. And even though the permanent form of people of African descent is not as powerful or strong as the working group on minorities where we previously had worked, we do plan on engaging with them. In fact, last night, we submitted a document of input call for the third session, which will take place in Geneva. And we do plan on continuous interventions and activities and sponsorships and support for Afro-descendants in the United Nations. In terms of solidarity, we support all Afro-descendant peoples who seek justice in the form of reparations and human rights. We also seek to continue to build our board. We continue to advocate and educate Afro-descendants. We will continue to provide interventions inside the United Nations. We will also continue to build and support through self-determination efforts amongst Afro-descendant people. As I said when I first came on, I am truly, truly fortunate to be a part of this esteemed group. We also look forward to working with CARICOM and the African Union as we see this as a continuous development in self-determination and working to build stronger ties with our people. With that, Dr. Tahita, I'm submitted, and I look forward to working with other members, leaders in this organization. I do encourage you, please put inside the chat group, allforreparations.org, the website. Please look at our body of work and stay abreast of our work using that particular method. I'm submitted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ishmael Abdul Salam, All for Reparations and Emancipation, a formal registered non-governmental organization. Am I correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
That's very
with consultation status inside the United Nations.
Thank you so much for your commitment to the structures that will help get us out of this condition. And thank you for your lifetime work. Honor you. And I wanted to say honor to all of the panelists. And I want to say to Mr. Cam Howard, excellent presentation. Mr. Cam Howard, excellent work that you're doing. And I believe that I can say that your goals are our goals. Some of your timetables and objectives are ours. And I know about quarterly calendars, and we're going to have quarterly goals. As we move towards our next national convention in Washington, D.C. in March, we're going to have specific goals that we must achieve by then. And Mr. Cam Howard, as well as others, but you have articulated some key goals. And I want to say to you, Brother Cam Howard, that I'm going to want to be talking with you closely to let you know that your efforts are our efforts are your efforts. And that goes for everybody else that's fighting for this cause. Brother Ishmael, thank you just so much for what you presented and what you have in place for us. And so at this point in time, I'm going to bring on the Governor General of the Afro-descendant nation, a man that I respect and I admire, a very capable spokesman for this cause and a very loyal man. to not only the Afro-descendant nation, but to the Honorable Silas Muhammad, one of our foundations that we stand on here, Honorable Governor General Ajani Mukaram. Let us hear from our brother at this point in time.
Thank you, Attorney. First of all, thanks to Dr. Tahita Barner, President Akila Mukaram, Khalida Bastet for organizing this, and of course to our conductor, Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz. Well job. You all deserve a round of applause. And thanks. I'd be remiss if I wouldn't thank the Honorable Silas Muhammad, Queen Mashaki Muhammad for their years of work, for their tutelage to me. And as a result, I was able to go around the world speaking at some of these seminars hosted by the United Nations as early as the year 2000 in New York at the Millennium Forum, in 2000 at Quito, Ecuador, May 16th through the 18th, and then Santiago, Chile, Montreal, Canada, Chincha, Peru, and of course, Durban, South Africa, where the Honorable Silas Muhammad spoke on our behalf. I'm happy to be here with you. I applaud you, this distinguished group of freedom fighters and reparations fighters and self-determination fighters. Thank you for all your efforts. Thank you for your commitment and your time and staying here with us. And I'm going to be real brief. I am a board member of AFRI. I plan on continuing to go abroad, speaking on behalf of Afro-descendant people and working with our chairperson, Ishmael Abdul Salam and AFRI. We have a long way to go, but we're off to a great start. And I'm pleased, so pleased about our collective unity. Thank you again, conductor. Job well done so far. And I'm here right by your side as we continue this fight. So with that, I need to be able to see here. So let me put these on. As you know, it's appalling, the amount of deaths in America. Dante Wright, Andre Hill, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Trayvon Martin, Tanisha Anderson, Michael Brown, the list goes on and on. And as a result of that, knowing that our conductor is a Black attorney fighting for justice, I'm with him in this fight. Now, I'd like to focus just a moment and speak with you about the trial, just briefly, of our brother George Floyd, which got national recognition. And during the sentencing, we all know the verdict. I want to focus more on the tension of the gathering after the verdict, with the main attorney being Crump, all those activists and civil rights figures like Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson. And though I was extremely happy to see it, the major thing I heard at that verdict was, what a pivotal moment and a civil rights victory, and that justice had been served. While a small measure of justice was served, I just can't help but how we missed the opportunity, the missing factor to discuss not just our civil rights, but our human rights violations. And with my travel through the United Nations, our bigger focus is on our human rights violation, not our civil rights violation. Take a moment with me, because we've been here so long, and let's travel mentally in the mind. Can you imagine a nation of people, say the Chinese, Koreans, or Germans, who today have a sovereign nation, who have a government, a language, culture, religious belief, monetary systems, educational systems, and all the other facets that make a nation a nation? A foreigner invades their land, steals so many of them, and enslaves them for periods of greater than 100 years. Now, you know, the world is a lot more modern today, so that would be pretty difficult to do. But that did occur. And after systematically breaking them down, robbing them of their language, their culture, and religion, and enslaving them for 400 years plus, more like 500 now, at least approaching that. He tells them that they are now citizens of the country where they were once slaves. Yet, they still receive some of the worst treatment because they've gone through what's called ethnocide. I know we all know what genocide is, but today let's just visit ethnocide for a moment. I do know that you understand murder as occurred with George Floyd via asphyxiation, death by deprivation of oxygen. Dante Wright, a gunshot wound resulting in a death. We can clearly understand physical death. But how many of us have ventured and understood or have even studied civil death when one is killed mentally and culturally, and they no longer exist as the person they once were prior to the act? We have two choices in this pivotal moment as Afro-descendants. Either we choose ethnocide or self-determination. We can choose ethnocide and forced assimilation. What is ethnocide? It's the deliberate and systematic destruction of the culture of an ethnic group. The extermination of our natural cultures as a genocidal component. In other words, a way to kill you off without physically murdering you, to make you as a people disappear, but still have use of your physical faculties. When you look throughout the slavery diaspora, wherever we are domiciled, wherever we live, we mimic the culture, attitude, and way of life of our former slave master. For example, Blacks in Brazil speak Portuguese and practice the same culture as the majority of their former slave master. Blacks in South America, say Peru, for example, they speak Spanish and mimic the former slave master and those there that spoke Spanish. And here in North America, we speak English, and we mimic the culture of our former slave master. Forced assimilation is the involuntary process of cultural assimilation of religious or ethnic minorities groups. And we adopt, or we are forced to adopt, their language, their identities, their norms, their mores, their customs, their traditions, their values, even their mentality, and often their complete way of life. In other words, one is killed mentally and culturally, but their utilities are left intact, so they can be used as a tool by the majority, as you see happening with us here in America. So when I saw that verdict for George Floyd, I saw a whole slew of people fighting to get back under the majority rule, but with this caveat: treat us better. We don't mind being your underlings. We'll accept civil death. We'll accept ethnocide. We'll accept being Black, white people, but just don't kill us physically. It's okay to take our mind. I think it's not okay. That's why I choose the second method, self-determination. It's about getting our human rights back. It's about the process of us as fellow countrymen and countrywomen coming back together and determining our own statehood and form our own allegiances like we're doing today. And perchance one day, our own government, where we can rule and determine for ourselves as that United Nations states. Self-determination is for everyone, that we have the right to be a self-determining people. And so I call your attention to make that pivotal decision. Do you want ethnocide or do you want self-determination? I want self-determination. Again, I applaud you. Conductor, keep conducting, and I'm submitted.
Wow. Thank you so much, Governor General Ajani Mukaram. Sisters and brothers, you all waited a long time today, and I think it's been worth every second. I mean, very good presentation, good spirit. Mr. Mukaram, it's an honor to work with you, sir. Sisters and brothers, I think this meeting and gathering speaks for itself. And as we close, as the last couple of presentations, I want to thank the ambassador, the sister ambassador for the Afro-descendant nation who has been key in organizing this, Dr. Tahita Bronner. Dr. Tahita is, she's excellent at helping move this process forward in every way. We honor you, ma'am. You're an honorable person. And honors also to Sister Khalida Bastet, who is my assistant, who has joined in the Afro-descendant nation to help us. She's going to talk to us in a moment about the plebiscite, the vote that we are attempting to get all of the leaders to sign on to as we move around this country. She's going to tell you details about it and how it's helping us from an analytical perspective, so you know that we know what we're doing here. I want you to have confidence in us. I want to say to every leader that spoke that your ideas and your plans are respected, and that we as an organization, we're going to get right back with you to make sure that the goals and the timetables and the things that you're fighting for in reparations, that you receive our support. I speak to in Cobra, I speak to AFRI, I speak to Reparations United, I speak to Nkechi Taifa, I speak to Brother Ramzu. In reference to what the Governor General said, we're happy to say that the police brutality movement is going to be joining in with this human rights movement. That part of the reason why I'm here and other freedom fighter attorneys are here is because, and Black Lives Matter, specifically Black Lives Matter, that in the police brutality movement, that we will not be allowed it to be limited to civil rights, and that we will be working to get the police brutality movement fully integrated with the reparations movement. Along those lines, we like to say that Black Lives Matter, in its positive sense, help transform the police, that this is an organization or a movement that helped transform the struggle against police brutality. And I want to say that if we organize right, and if we're open and flexible and strong enough, that these coalitions and what we're doing can absolutely affect the reparations movement and the struggle for justice in America, because we need to see it, hear it, and feel it everywhere. So expect the police brutality movement, expect the stronger ones from Black Lives Matter and others to come to be a part of the self-determination and reparations movement as we get stronger and go forward. I say join the Afro-descendant nation, join it. I recommend this to persons that are serious about reparations and self-determination. As I said as we close, if you are a Black carpenter, Black educator, Black skills person, you believe in doing for self, if you're a self-defense advocate, if you're about nation building right now, we want you to join in with the Afro-descendant nation. They're going to put the information in the information boxes here where you can find it on Facebook or wherever. Join it. This is a movement. Stay in your organization, but join in with the Afro-descendant nation. And that's what I strongly recommend in this hour. If you have your own organization, that's no problem. Just join in with this coalition. That is what I have to say in this hour. I want to bring on to close us before we take
Excuse me, Attorney Malik.
Yes, Ms. President.
Our brother Reginald Muhammad is on.
Okay, we'll certainly do that. Okay, so sister.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Our coalition, it takes time, but it takes time out of respect for the fact that this is a coalition with many important players. And again, our objective is to build a common front so we listen to all of these great leaders, because these digits are coming together as a powerful fist. So Brother Reginald Muhammad out of Atlanta, who also represents the Nation of Islam, has been fighting for this all of his life, has come off a very significant conference in Atlanta. He's written books. He's a part of this coalition, and I know he is going to make very valuable contributions in this struggle. So let me make way for the Honorable Brother Reginald Muhammad, and then we close with Khalida and some rap, and then we're out. We thank you for your patience, but this is an historic moment. Brother Reginald Muhammad, please, may we hear from you, one of our great organizers.
Brother Reginald, can you turn your camera on?
We see you, Brother Reginald. Can you turn your camera and microphone on? If he needs a moment to get it straight, we run to Sister Khalida, we come back to Brother Reginald. Okay, let's get Brother Reginald straight. We want to hear from him. Sister Khalida, quickly, take us into plebiscite details that you have. Again, we're pressing hard for a national vote, and we want 500 organizations to back a vote and to help put it to the masses. We want a campaign to get these votes and signatures so that we can have all these contacts. So all these contacts will be valuable for the battles ahead. Sister Khalida, help us while we get Brother Reginald ready to broadcast.
Thank you so much, Brother Malik, and everyone else that has joined today. This really has been an enlightening. Oh, I don't like the way I look, but okay. Sister Tahida, can you bring my slides up, please? What Brother Malik is speaking about is we have a national database that is set up keyword specific. First, let me go back to this. This is the actual plebiscite, the Declaration of Self-Defense for Black Peoples and Organizations. It's self-explanatory with the whereas the definition of what the plebiscite represents. On the right side of that is the actual plebiscite vote on self-determination official ballot, which are just 3 questions. 1, do you declare your right to receive full and complete reparations? Let me back up because we changed that. Let me go back and read the other way. Take that off. That's why I didn't want this. Go to my findings, please. Because we reworded the questions. What this is showing is since the National Reparations Conference in Atlanta, early September, these are numbers that have come in to the 877-506-2184 number, indicating people who have taken the actual time to complete the 5 questionnaire plebiscite questions. There were 213 total engagements. All of them were complete. Since I need you to scroll down, what you see here on the left side are the actual states by numbers. And I'll have to give it to, I guess, Brother Reginald. Georgia's showing out. We have 50 respondents, which I think is a great number. The map itself is showing us which areas of concentration that we have garnered their attention thus far. What this database will do for us is it will keep an actual record of contact by text messaging, whether it's the plebiscite or as we move forward and want to re-communicate with our contacts. Any other information, any upcoming meetings, seminars, webinars, this is our, again, ADN National Database. So you can scroll down to the actual questions. I'll read those real quick for the brother. Again, so excuse me, because I want to determine what we reclassified. Question number 1 from the original ballot. We are now asking number 1, do you self-identify as an Afro-descendant? And as you can see under the multiple choice, 201 persons says yes. The second question is, do you declare your right to receive full and complete reparations? You got to scroll with me, sis, as I read, okay? Okay, and that was 97 responses. Majority of everyone has answered yes. There were, out of the 200 plus responses we got, there were less than maybe 10 people. I was more concerned about the very first question about self-identifying. So less than 10 people out of over 200 I think we're on a good track. The third question is, do you declare your right to self-determination? You have your right to have complete control over your affairs as a people and to govern over ourselves. 197 participants said yes. Ballot question 4 is, do you declare your right to independence and your right to establish a state or territory of your own? I'm sure that's the same 197. Let me get to the last question, please, sis. Question 5, do you declare your determination to unite and defend your people and stand and fight for what you have affirmed in this vote? Majority of the answers are yes. So with that being said, again, this is why this number is important for us and my role and responsibility in assisting the committee, assisting Brother Malik, Sister Tahida, and everyone is we have to push this 877-506-2184 number so that we can stay in close contact with those persons who are taking the time and want to be interested. And just FYI, since we've been on the webinar this morning, I've received 15 responses already. So what that says is the more we communicate this information and get it out to not just the state, as Queen's sister said earlier, this is an international fight. So we have to get this information out to everyone. That way we can stay in communication with persons. The plebiscite will speak for itself. As the attorney said, it's going to serve as our quote unquote national vote, and it will serve as an official vote. That I submit. Are there any questions on that? I don't like the way this thing looks.
Come back to the questions. That's Miss Sister Khalida Bastet. And she's working with the administration of the Afro-descendant nation to help take our ideas and make them into reality. I see you, Brother Reginald. Okay, so she's showing you, brothers and sisters, that our plebiscite and ballot system works. It works to vote, and it also captures the information from the voter so that they'll be a part of our database and our movement. This is just a sign. Once we get consent from you leaders that I will be working diligently for up till we get to Howard University in March, once we have all the organizations officially on board, we want everybody to embrace the plebiscite as their plebiscite. We want 5 million votes. That's a sign that we need 5 million votes.
I'm about to go on. Tell cool down that noise.
Somebody leaking in on me. We seek, I don't think that I'm out of my mind. We seek 5 million votes. We seek to convert the fact that it is said that 95% of Blacks support reparations. If it's 40 million of us, we're saying that one thing that we must do, there are many strong actions we have to take, but we have to get 5 million votes in hand, 5 million participants in our movement, then we can get down from there.
1 second, Brother Malik. Sister Tahida, could you bring that map back up real quick? I just wanted to point something out to the brother's point. Okay. Because the areas that we are quote unquote lacking per se, yeah, see here the low numbers. So to our participants in our audience, this is what we're saying. These numbers here, they may show low numbers now, but with your help and assistance, this is where we can increase these numbers. Again, Georgia is coming in as a very close number 1. Surprisingly, New York is not far behind it, Texas. So does this indicate that Georgia is ready to really be full throttle in on this? If we were to start a strong committee, me personally, I target in on Georgia because it seems like they're ready. My point is, again, to the brother's point, to gain that, achieve that rather, that 5.
She done froze on us. I think she froze on us. 5 million. Sisters and brothers, we won't belabor it long. 5 million votes is what we seek. And therefore, all of our efforts in whatever we're doing here is ultimately going to loop back around to gaining 5 million votes. And I do want to say this as we move to Brother Reginald Muhammad. that this movement specifically, we got to get 5 million votes, and I would have an objective that of raising for us $10 million. I mean, we need $10 million in goodwill funds to carry out these plans. And that's a low number. Okay, but these are some of our goals. We need a $10 million budget to support what we plan on doing so that we can achieve it. And we need the consent of all these leaders for the plebiscite. That's what we're going to be working for. So I'll say that she made some good points. She showed a map that basic point she made in showing the map was that where we have strong leaders, the plebiscite increases. And I want all the leaders to understand that this plebiscite is collective. It is not the property necessarily even of the Afro-descendant nation or of any individual. It's our collective property as our leadership. So if we get 5 million contacts, that's 5 million contacts that can support AFREE, 5 million contacts that can support Reparations United, 5 million contacts that can support things that the National Reparations Institute wants to do. We're in this together and we're going to benefit from it together. This is one area where we're going to the next level. Without further delay, so we can close in this critical session here, Brother Reginald Muhammad, the founder of the National Reparations Institute. My brother, you've been standing for a long time. You've been writing for a long time. And I'm hoping we have said something today that will make your life struggle worthwhile and give you encouragement to continue. We present to you, Brother Reginald Muhammad.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry about the visual here and the sound. But anyway, first off, Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz, thank you, and all who have been on today facilitating and making sure that we're organizing and we continue to build a national front on reparations for the masses of our people. Thank you all so much, and for allowing me a few minutes here. I want to certainly thank the Afro-Descendant Nation for all the great body of work that they are doing and have been doing, and that we're all benefiting from. And again, I want to thank you all who participated last week at the National Reparations Indaba, the third Indaba. We had a success at the Atlanta University Center. Just want to let you all know my solidarity and support and continued support around this effort. And we'll be talking with each of some of the individuals here on the line today in the up and coming weeks of what else more that we can do. And remember, we're at your service. We're not competing with any organization. We had to have a policy center and think tank where we do research, writing, and advocating and activist work every day of the week, that we are up and about as far as complete reparations for the masses of our people. And I just want to again thank you all and let you know that we're on board and we're doing the work and anything that we can do to help organize even further, because our objective, number one, is to help consolidate the movement. Number two is to control our own narrative. Number three is to make sure that we implement the National Reparations Declaration. And then four, make sure we utilize the collective culture model. And some of what you all are doing now across the board, that is part of the collective culture model, that we will actually secure reparations for the masses of our people. And I thank you all. I look forward to talking back with you all. We're headed to Ghana for the International Conference on Reparations next week. And we hope to bring you back a very good, strong report from the Pan-African leaders and those who are coming from around the world to assemble in Accra, Ghana. Thank you, Attorney Malik. We'll talk with you later. Hopefully my broadcast it's been a little shaky here, but I've been moving around trying to get prepared to make some other moves as far as reparations. Thank you all again for your time. Thank you for your attention. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, sir. Very, very good pledge. We thank you so much. We're happy to hear you're headed to Ghana for that reparations conference. And certainly I'm going to brief with you, and I know we want to support you, certainly. And maybe we could send a delegate with you. I don't know. I have to talk with the ADN leadership. It's last minute, but I'm not opposed to helping somebody from the Afro-descendant nation to be there in Ghana with you, as we want to be in the places where we need to be to forward the movement. If not, brother, we have no problem relying on you. We are a team. We are a team, and we honor you for taking the pioneering stand. Know that I will be, and we will be, but I will be contacting you personally within a few days so that we can plan further. Okay, sisters.
Well, brother, we're gonna continue to organize, and thank you all again for all your valuable work, because again, we're pulling from all the organizations, because all of y'all have a great body of work, and that we have all benefited from. Me personally, and again, we were invited to be in Ghana, so we're going to be praying and working to get there. We made the arrangements, and again, we'll bring you back a full report of what has transpired, what the agreements were. But our people across the world now are organizing and understand complete reparations. If we're talking about the restoration and the transformation and the elevation of Black life, economically, politically, socially, and educationally, and culturally, for the remainder of the 21st century that is sustainable, we're talking complete reparation. Thank you all again, and I look forward to Attorney Malik and all the Afro descendants, those who are building and developing. Let's continue to do the work. Thank you.
You're welcome so much, Brother Reginald Muhammad. And before our final cultural presentation, again, I want to thank every leader that has taken time to come on, every scholar and teacher that has either remained on and took valuable time out on Sunday. We pray we haven't wasted your time, but we have laid a foundation. We have laid a foundation for the future. Everything that you hear from us from this day forward will represent progress that comes from this day. We will not be at the same level the next time we come forth. We will be on a higher level or a stronger level as we move forth in this process. Lastly, we want to hear, we got to have culture. We have to have culture, and we have to be able to reach the young people. So we have many more areas to go through. I want to thank Afro-descendant Ali. I want to thank Brother Sharif. I want to thank everybody that's laboring for the Afro-descendant nation and pushing it. Push this 100 times further. Share this broadcast everywhere. We're going to put this broadcast everywhere. We're going to put the transcription of it everywhere. And this specific meeting, everyone must know about it and study it for its historic importance. So here now, to close us out before we take some questions, let us hear some music, some culture, some rap from one of our great rappers in our midst, rapping about reparations, that strong warrior and my brother Kamal Shabazz. Come on, man, and rock that mic and fire us up. We're doing all that talking, but give us some music, black man, before we get into these questions on this great day we're having.
Peace, my brother. Peace, brother conductor. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, all right. So what I wanted to do before I open up with my rap, I'll make it real brief, but I rapped at the National Reparations Convention in Atlanta on my birthday, October 7th. And after I did my performance in the convention wrapped up, there was a little controversy. I won't get too much into that, but the controversy, one thing led to another, and I ended up on a podcast, and I was speaking of the convention and things that happened and didn't happen. And I just wanted to make a few corrections, if I may, because I feel like it's very important. I said I was speaking on the Honorable Silas Muhammad, who I respect highly, and I salute to the Lost Found Nation of Islam, in which in the podcast I kept saying the Lost Nation of Islam, and I knew better because I met the Honorable Silas Muhammad in 2018, thanks to you, my big brother Malik. And also, hello? Okay. Yeah, there was another correction I wanted to make, in which my great uncle, the Honorable George Edwards of the original Black Panther Party, passed away last year. And as I was speaking of him, I said he was the last Panther standing, in which I know better. But in rushing to get my answers out, I said that statement in which I know a lot of the original Panthers. And I want to salute any of the original Panthers watching today. And, you know, moving forward, let's build this Afro United Nation that we talk about. So I'm going to do my reparations anthem and I'm going to close out and hear the message. And it's going to be a cappella, by the way, because I don't have no music in the background, but hear the message. Hey, yo, coons and buffoons belong in cartoons, dragged in dark rooms and stabbed with harpoons. We're here for reparations, prepare for separation. If you're sick of this, come here and get some medication. Accreditation for all our blood, sweat, and tears. We made reservations for over 400 years. You owe us. So show us the money. It's time you pay a fee to the African American descendants of slavery. That's on God. Hello? I come with proof like some hard liquor. If I declare war, I hope you bring your trump cards with you. You raped our sisters, and that was our queens. Me out some jokers, prepared to feel the wrath of the king. See, I'm an African king, not T'Challa. I'm Eric Killmonger. We might be cool 1 minute, the next one I'll steal on you. A real monster, filled that'll steal from you, to make a profit and send it to Emmett Till's mother. Salute to the Till family. I seen you up here earlier. Let's work together. I'm gonna go to the second verse. Our ancestors ain't died for us to sleep. Wolf of Wall Street feeding on you hungry sheep. That's deep, like holy water in the pool. Some suckers just want a 40 because they the stubborn muse. See, the #1 rule is you can't be a toothless lion. If all you do is crying, then ain't no use in trying. See, we look stupid fighting each other. Our brothers, it's like a mother loving white man's under your covers. Secret love is what we discovered. We never recovered from all the trauma. So now I'm Jeffrey Obama, Barack Odama, or Colin Osama. Let's get our act together and kill this drama. Salute to everybody on the podcast today, on the broadcast, I should say. I'll see you in DC, Howard University in March. Reparations National Convention coming to a city near you. Peace.
Peace, peace, peace. My brother, Honorable Kamal Shabazz, he's just given a taste and he's with us all the way. And I can tell you, brother, that culture is going to be a major part of this movement, and that what you're doing is going to be extremely valuable. And I thank you for being with us and staying with us.
I stay with you all the way.
Okay. All right, sisters and brothers, we're getting ready to wrap up on this great day. I'm in the question and answer session. I don't know who's left. I see some names up. I know we didn't wore y'all out today. I don't know who's available to help answer questions, but if anybody on the panel is available, I'm going to go through the questions and take some. And if you're available to answer, then you all can help answer, because I would prefer not to try to answer all of these questions. But I'm going to defer to my guests first, if you all are still on. And I thank you all, okay? And then we'll close on out. And
may I pose one question from Elder Ajabu from earlier, brother?
Okay, I do want to bring greetings. First of all, I do want to bring greetings to this body from the Veteran Association of African Descendants. The Veteran Association for African Descendants is fully on board with us. Yes, ma'am, you can submit his question first.
Thank you, brother. Our brother Elder Ajabu is asking, are we open for the land for our nation to be land on the African continent?
Okay, I would like one of our leading reparations advocates to answer this. A question has been asked: when we asking for land, are we open for that land in terms of reparations to be part of this equation, land in Africa? Or would that be confined to the repatriation movement? Who would like to, what leader or presenter would like to tackle that question?
Oh, this is Mommy P. I'd like to respond to that question.
Go right ahead, ma'am.
I think that a part of that question is one that we have to have a community discussion about. One, two, I think that it's one of a wide range of questions that for which there has to be a community discussion. I think that we must, in the pursuit and preservation of operational unity, must recognize the fact that there are at least three major tendencies in the African community, one of which is to establish an independent state. In some instances, particularly in the case of the Republic of New Africa, that would be in North America. There is another tendency in our community, which for repatriation, and that may be on an individual as well as a collective basis, and thus the negotiation of land in Africa. And then there's a third formation in our community, and that formation calls for folk who believe that they can remain in what they hope will be a reconstituted United States. And I think that to the extent that we recognize that these are varying perspectives within our community around a question that we have not had substantial discussion and resolution, leaves us challenges us to have that discussion as opposed to presuming to answering it as a small handful of us, potentially elitists, reaching a conclusion for the masses of our people when we have not adequately consulted them. I yield.
Okay, ma'am. So you're saying that that's a question that ultimately should be put to the masses.
That's correct.
And what I'm saying also is that that's also a leadership question that we have to collectively answer. Would you agree?
The leadership is not, first of all, we have to deal with the question of what is leadership and what is the authority of leadership. As a socialist, I believe in collective leadership, and that collective leadership is authorized and authenticated by the input of the masses of the people. And unless and until we have taken adequate measure of the will of the people, and we can honor the will of the people and the various perspectives within the community without competing or undermining one another, we don't have the answer to that question, and leadership doesn't have the authority to make that decision.
Okay, so therefore, that to me, that means that the plebiscite and taking the vote of our people on these important matters is all important, as well as continuing our conferences and conventions, so that we can obtain the consent of the masses. Is that?
I would agree with that.
And then I want to say that, and this is, I see Professor Small wants to weigh in and Brother Cam Howard, so you will. So let me ask y'all this question. If Mr. Ajabu has asked about the land question in Africa, am I to take it in the context, or should I take it in the context that Africa owes certain African nations or groups owe us reparations also? Am I taking that too far by saying that? Help me out, Mr. Cam Howard and Small and Mrs. Ifia.
Cam,
yeah, I want to go ahead. No, I defer to you, Elder. I appreciate it.
Well, and appreciate this, my sister, and I think you're absolutely correct. It must be taken to the masses. But I think what leadership can speak on, there is a right of return that we have not exercised or requested. We did come, our ancestors, from somewhere. And we are the only, and in the technical terms, and I didn't make it to Durban because Mom died the week of Durban and I had to stay back. But one of the things I thought I understood out of that was, we are a refugee people over all these centuries. And I think we can establish our legal basis for being refugees, even though we can't say specifically what ethnic group we came from in this land, but we know those borders got there after 1885. They're not something that was there when we left. And so I think the question of the right of return should be a part of the discussion. But I agree fully with you, the plebiscite to see if this is something people would want. What my brother says, I want both. We built this, I'm not giving this up, but I also want my right of return.
That's right.
Those are my views on it.
That's right.
Like that.
Let me start by echoing Barbara Smalls and say I agree also with Sister Fia, and I agree with you also, Dr. Smalls. 3 points I want to make. Repatriation is part of the reparations struggle. It's part of the reparations call. Repatriation is one of the areas of redress. That is to go back to receive resources in order to return back to the continent, either individually or collectively. And those, again, as Mama Fia laid out, discussions that we need to have, we're talking about a collective return. But each of us can make an individual decision that that's what they want in the form of their reparations, resources to go back and resettle the continent. That's one point. The second thing is that we can petition this government to engage with African nations that we have already, through DNA, determined where we come from. For instance, Brother Safiwe has done a great job with the Balanta people who came from Guinea-Bissau. This government can and should be negotiating with the Guinea-Bissau government for land of those who have traced their DNA back to this country, and to set up a collective community in which we want to go and repatriate to. So that's a collective, something that can be done that's on a peoplehood level, not on the greater national African-American level. Individual descendants from certain people, I don't want to say tribes, but with certain ethnic groups can also make these individual/collective efforts at land. And then you talked about, does Africa owe reparations? And certainly there are some kingdoms on the continent of Africa who are still in existence, who are predecessor, if you will, entities, governments, that their ancestors engaged in the enslavement of our ancestors. And certainly we need to have those discussions, and we're having those discussions. Our reparations from the continent of Africa, from these entities, look a whole lot different than our conversations and reparations with Europeans who engaged in the criminal theft and chattelization of our people. And we also have to remember that in the kidnapping of Africans from the continent, many of our ancestors did not come with us. The elderly and some of the young remained there, having a lot of their kinfolk killed and taken away. So we also have relatives on the continent in these spaces that have undergone this trauma, the same historical trauma, but from a different perspective than we undergone this trauma that we need to connect with and heal with as well. So that's a different conversation. But certainly there are African leaders, African nations or groups that had participated in the enslavement of Africans, and we should have those discussions. Now, the nation of Ghana, and I don't know how long ago this was, gave land, I think it's a village, that currently exists on the continent that was supposed to have been a resettlement community or land base for those of us coming out of America. And so those are the type of negotiations that we can continue as well when it comes to land on the continent.
Okay, excellent answers. I want to ask this. There are a litany of questions here, and I need to ask our administrators. I would like to have everybody's question answered, even if it can't be answered now. Can somebody tell me how we can facilitate these questions being answered by our panelists, even when this broadcast is out? Because I believe that in the rebroadcast that we could have all the questions answered. Is that possible? But there's a lot of good questions and comments here. I'm going to go through some of them, but I don't want anybody to be slighted.
Yes, sir. I believe there is a way. There's a report that comes out that will have all the questions there, and we can follow up with answers by email.
Can follow by answers, but will we be able to answer it in this chat room for this broadcast when we send out the rebroadcast?
I'm not sure.
We'll try.
About the answer to that. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna try to answer everybody's questions, and if not, we're gonna find a way. If you put a question in, that means we know who we have contact with the questioner, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then we're gonna strive to, some of us gonna have to answer these questions, because these is people that believe in our movement, and if we answer their questions, they'll be stronger. Okay, let's go to some others. You all have been reading the questions. I'm scrolling, so I defer to you all first for the most prevalent questions. Sister Tahita, do you see anything? I see a lot, but let me let you pick.
Okay, I think I'd like to go to Brother Hubert Bass, who is part of the Afro-Descendant Nation and has expressed interest in joining our government and helping us out. He has a lot of background as a city councilman and alderman, and we would be absolutely delighted to have him come into the government. And so I saw his question a little while ago, and now I don't see it. Oh, here it is. Actually, he has a couple of comments in here. Let's see. There's 100 in here, and so it's really hard to find. Sister Colita, do you have anyone else that
I have one that came from an
Okay.
anonymous attendee. The question is, President Afro-Descendant Nation, will the Afro-Descendant Nation's website be updated with current events and progress made nationally and internationally by confederated organizations and the Afro-Descendant Nation? If so, what is your plan to update and how frequently? They want to stay informed.
It's a great question. Y'all answer it. I'm gonna turn this over to the moderators. I'll be listening, but I turn this over to Sister Queen Tahita and the president and others. That's a good question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Brother Malik.
Yeah, I'm not able to start my video.
That's fine. We can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, to everyone and the person that asked the question, yes, there are plans to update. I have been looking for someone to be able to have control of that. So if you are interested or know someone that is interested in being able to keep it updated, we would appreciate it. I personally cannot handle that on my own. So we need others to come in and be a part and help carry this load. Remember, this is not just us, but this is for all of us. It's collective, it's inclusive of all of us. So I don't have a date that I can give you as to when it's going to be updated. I know that we are diligently working to find someone to carry that piece of it for us, to keep everything updated, to make sure that we include information that needs to be included there on the website. Again, if you have anyone in mind that would be interested and that's committed to working and making it a priority, because that is what it's going to take to make sure that we keep the Afro-Descendant Nations website updated. Please forward that information to Dr. Tahita, and she will get that information to me, and we will proceed in that light. So once we have someone, then at that time, the person that is responsible for it can be able to help us decide on a good timeline as to when things will be updated. Thank you so much for your question.
Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I did find the question from Brother Hubert. It says the question is to any attorney. Now that we have a legal self-determination identity and government, is it our goal for nation-state sovereign immunity? And if so, what are the beginning steps or next steps and appropriate timeline? Can this be worked on while the plebiscite vote or during the plebiscite voting process? I think we could turn that back over to Attorney Malik or to President Akila. Would you like to take that, or anyone else? I'll repeat the question. Now that we have a legal self-determination identity and government, is it our goal for nation-state sovereign immunity? And if so, what are the beginning steps or next steps and appropriate timeline? Can this be worked on while the plebiscite voting is in process? Brother Ramzu, you have your hand up. Please turn your video on, please, and unmute yourself. If you'd like to answer that.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm not an attorney, but I think I may know enough to answer that. Of course, our goal is, that's what self-determination is, sovereign immunity. But you can't have sovereign immunity until you're actually a sovereign. So the first step, and that would be the first step that all nations take to be a sovereign, that is to have independence, to declare independence. Before you can declare independence, you have to have a vote. And if the people vote yes, then you can unilaterally declare independence. Same thing we spoke on earlier that the Republic of New Africa proposed in 1968. Same thing that Master Fard Muhammad did on July the 4th, 1930, declared independence. Now, if you have actual control of that territory, then you have sovereign immunity. There's no such thing as have. I know different groups try to have sovereign immunity within somebody else's sovereign nation, but they only become victims of being arrested and so forth. So I wouldn't suggest to attempt to act like you are a sovereign, immune person in somebody else's sovereignty until we have that vote, until we declare our independence and take over some territory independently.
Yes, sir. That was a great answer. Any other attorney or anyone else would like to chime in on that? I think Attorney Malik is taking a break right now, but go ahead, Attorney Afia.
As an attorney, I would simply say that in large measure, I agree with him mechanically. However, again, that's really more a political question than it is a legal question. I think that it's important to understand that legal matters like statehood and independence are memorializations of the will of the people. And unless and until or at the point that the people have reached agreement as to what its will is, and what memorial documents it, then anything else winds up being an intellectual exercise and lacks the authenticity and the authority that is necessary, that must be obtained from the governed. I mean, the whole concept of the governed defining the terms of the agreement by which they will be governed is essential. So the plebiscite is critical. Maybe there may be an additional question added to the plebiscite. And maybe it is modified at various points, but again, it's a political question more than it is a legal question.
Great. Thank you. Attorney Abu Bakr, would you like to chime in on that?
Yes, in terms of, it is definitely a question for our people first, what they want. But our people need to know that you can have dual citizenship. And in the training that I received from
That's true.
but the information that I received from the United Nations was something they did. I think they did it only one time, but they did select some of us and show us how you can become a sovereign state. And they used Liechtenstein in Europe as an example of that. And that's just a city-state. That city-state made contracts with nearby countries for electricity, for medical assistance, for the fire department, and they created themselves as a national state within a certain area, and they were just one city. So it can be done. Yeah, submit it.
Thank you, Attorney Harriet Abu Bakr. Brother Ramzu, did you have a follow-up to that?
Yeah, just
See your hands up again.
Yeah, just one last thing. Yeah, like Attorney, great Madam Harriet Abu Bakr Muhammad stated, it's up to the people. She mentioned international law. There's something called the Montevideo Convention, which establishes the method to receive or achieve nationhood. And we need basically three components. And like she said, the people, you need a population, you need a territory that you're going to be establishing nationhood on. You need the people of that territory to be in consent to establishing that neighborhood. Then you need a government. And that's the ingredients, according to international standards and international law, of becoming a state, no matter how large or how small. And it doesn't have to be recognized by others, doesn't have to be recognized by the United Nations. There are nations that have fulfilled those same requirements that are actually operating right now because they have a population that has consented and they have a government. That's called the Montevideo Convention, one of the founding documents of the United Nations. That's all I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions in the box that you see that Sister Collida? I think, in respect to people's time.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
We got to make sure that we answer, that we go through the box and answer the questions. But I want to ask the final panel, I want to ask the leadership that remains this question. If we had to look at between now and March of 2024, when we have this next convention in Washington, D.C., if each of you leaders would like to see something strong or progressive happen between now and March, if you had it your way, where would you see this movement from reparations and self-determination? Where would it travel between now and March? If you had it your way, where will we be by the time we got to March? Because we intend to make progress every time we get together. But where would you see us? Where would you see us advancing from where we are between March if you had it your way?
I would like to see two things happen. We know that there are going to be gatherings starting next week until the end of the year. So I would like to see us take advantage of those gatherings and to use that as an educational and surveying period. In addition to the holidays that some of us may or may not participate in, there are other holidays, most especially Kwanzaa, that will be coming up. It's an opportunity to take surveys, to encourage people to do the text that the Afro-Descendant Nation is promoting, and to also the postcard campaign that Brother Cam Howard is engaged in. It's a simple, easy, risk-free, unoffensive opportunity to educate and to advance items on our agenda, and to, at the beginning of the year, perhaps Martin Luther King's celebrations, those observances around there, to use that as an opportunity to get back together for a report back in anticipation of March.
May I make a comment on?
1 second, 1 second. Take note of that, Sister Collida, please, or Sister Saida. Let's just take note of that. And we also want to be official, because we're going to have a record that comes out of this meeting. So we want to go on record and say that we will support Cam Howard. Cam, I won't just say it's him personally, but the postcard campaign that he's spearheading, that we not only do formally support it, but we will be supporting it. Can you just put that in the record?
Yes, sir, noted.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who was that wanted to speak next?
Brother Small.
Okay,
I think the plebiscite should take center stage.
Peace.
I think we need to push the plebiscite in every way and every means.
Yes, sir.
When we arrive in DC in March,
Peace.
should have a substantial number of our citizens that support the direction in which we're going. So I really think we should make the plebiscite the center core piece between now and then.
Can I please follow up, Professor?
Shay. And just FYI, we're up to 21 responses just from this last 30 minutes. So yes, you're right. Keep it going.
I would like to say something. Oh, Brother Ishmael, go ahead.
Yes, one of the things on the wish list to see achieved by March. Number one, we developed through Madam President and the Ambassador Circle the Memorandum of Understanding. It would be a goal that by March we have signed memorandums of understanding for this reparations movement with at least 50 organizations. That means that we all agree to support each other and share in each other's resources and support our common goals and objectives by March, along with the plebiscite. That will be one of my top goals, that we get it officially signed, and all the members in groups and organizations here today should support that MOU. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, very excellent, Brother Ishmael. I think what he's saying is that as we move forward, we should formalize our relations with each other. And in terms of a memorandum of understanding, he's just saying that if we're going to do this together and we're committing our lives and resources to it, that we should commit in writing at some point. I can only speak for myself. I'm inclined to agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
I would in my mind, that whoever is presenting and proposing in March, like everybody that comes, or most of the people that come, that we already have some understanding with them ahead of time, some negotiations ahead of time. We know where we are ahead of time, so that the people that come present in Washington, D.C. in March, that we're already on the same page. that we're already on the same page. That means we get more done, Brother Ishmael, than just having another. I'm not knocking another conference with education. We always need education. But this time when the people come to the table, you know that what they're about to say, we already moving towards the same agenda, and we know we can trust each other, and we've ironed out any issues that we have off the scenes, so that we don't have to get into no stuff later, because we've had these side discussions, negotiations, and our memorandums of understanding. I support it, sir, and I believe the ADN as a whole supports that. I support what the movement supports.
Yes.
Okay.
I want to chime in on what it's a great question, by the way, on what we would like to see by March. And I'm with Dr. Smalls. The action that gets us our liberation should be center stage, which is a plebiscite. Any conventions that we have should be constitutional conventions or conventions to declare our independence. We have enough organizations to mobilize that vote if we take it serious. We got some organizations that the leader himself can make a call, we'll have 5 million tomorrow. So we need to make that center stage. And all of us together, I think we can synergize and mobilize enough votes. And like the Republic of New Africa said, if the people says yes, then we assert our right of self-determination beyond contradiction. This is going to take some bold action. It's going to take some energetic action. We're going to have to put ourselves out there and exert some energy, but it must be done. It must be done. And being relaxed and having convention after convention, unless it's a constitutional convention, unless it's convention to declare our independence, it will be just further delaying us. And I literally would be damned if our elders, like the Honorable Salas Muhammad, pass away because we're being lackadaisical with this movement. That should not happen. We should all be damned if that happened. I cry when my elders pass away. I'm not saying, I'm not putting a curse on them saying it's going to pass away, but our elders have. I'm sorry, Honorable Salas Muhammad, you're going to live forever, you know. But not wasting time, and go ahead and put what we know is right and what we know needs to be done in motion, because too many people put things on the line, put their lives on the line. Salas Muhammad's been doing this work for too long for it to be lingering on. We want to see him, the champion, enjoy what he has worked for while he is here and while others are there. And believe it, that's not a curse on anybody putting the time on somebody, but we have to get this done now. I want to see Queen Harriet. I want to see King Silas. I want to see them sitting on the throne because we put the work in to get it done right now. That's what we should be seeing.
Can we have a democracy, not a monarchy?
Okay. Representation, not really. It's just a representation of honor to those who put in the work. Of course, the people will make that decision, as Silas, Honorable Silas, and his wife have traded that democracy with the Afro-descended nation. But as honor to them for putting in that work, I do call them king and queen. So let's get it done, brothers and sisters.
So yeah, this is Brother Kim. I would like to jump in. I think we can do two things at once, and I certainly, coming out of the Republic of New Africa, that teaching, and Dr. Clyde's teaching on national minority, I think a plebiscite is key and central to our advancement in the movement. But also, I just want to call attention to, and I've been saying this and I can't say it enough, is that over the last 40 years, we created unintentionally a tremendous amount of power within the Democratic Party. And it's at a time when the party is totally dependent upon us. We're 20% of its base, the largest. If you add up all people of color combined, they're only 19% of the Democratic base. We're 20% of the base, a huge block. And they're, everywhere you turn, they're admitting that they cannot win without the Black vote. This is a perfect time for us to be demanding the executive order at this time from the president. We can't allow this time you can't squander this particular moment. We will not have this same power in the next election or after the election. We have it now, we have to use it. So I think that there should be a dual strategy of the plebiscite and of the executive order.
Okay.
I yield.
And let me weigh in real quick. This is great the way we're talking together. And I like the way that people can see Brother Ramzu, what we're doing. See, this is a governmental process we're engaging in right now. It's somewhat ad hoc, but nevertheless, we cannot say that these kind of strong minds have been able to come together and confer like this. This is critical. So to your main points, I appreciate everybody supporting the plebiscite, and we will ramp up. We're getting ready to ramp up. Instead of just testing it, we're going to ramp it up and solicit the support of the other groups. And once again, to let you know that the results or the contacts that we get from the plebiscite, that they are part of our collective. They are part of our collective, meaning, Brother Cam, that your drive for an executive order through the methods that you're using and other methods that I believe that I know that the ADN supports, and I want to speak with you personally about getting your executive order effort even more strength and more momentum as we head into the elections and hopefully to Chicago in August of next year. So yes, sir, I agree with you, Mr. Cam Howard. You know, Ramzu, let me say something else to Brother Ramzu. Yes, I feel your zeal on the plebiscite. I honor you, and I would say this in terms of conventions. Yes, a constitutional convention, you know, that's what we're kind of building towards every time. We're talking about leadership gaining a consensus so that we can agree that we're getting ready to, I don't want to fight a war for independence. I mean, that's the only language I know how to use, because that's
necessary.
The people that founded America used in 1776. It was a Declaration of Independence. And there were conventions that solidified the leadership. No matter what their differences were, they agreed that they were going to fight for whatever goals they were fighting for. And Brother Ramzu, at my age and stage, I can tell you these things are the only things I'm interested in. I am not interested in spending any time, and certainly do not have a dime to waste on anything symbolic. Although I love education and educating Black folks, we have to be every time we educate, we have to be legislating and getting free out of this convention. So the purposes of moving around the country are so that when we get to Washington, to the mid-Atlantic, nobody in the mid-Atlantic can say, no, y'all left me out. When we get to New York, nobody in New York, I'm missing my brothers and sisters from the December 12th movement. I've been reaching out and haven't heard back. But again, what we're saying is when we get to New York, we don't want anybody in the New York region to say, hey, I've been fighting for years and nobody contacted me. And no, we're going to make extra effort to gain a consensus. Same thing with Chicago, and same thing I'm sure we come into Los Angeles with Black Lives Matter. So these conventions, to close, Brother Ramzu, are all about gaining consensus to try to build that government, that constitutional authority, so that all of the leadership will not just say this is one group over here. They can honestly say that all the leadership have been contacted and that a strong amount are now formally on board to get this job done. Submitted.
Brother Malik.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm off and I'm listening.
Can you hear me, Brother Malik? Am
Yes.
I back on?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, real quick too. I want to offer to everybody online, some of you all have not had the opportunity to read the National Reparations Declaration. Please read it, because some of what we're attempting to build, some of that you'll be able to utilize with what we're building in this national movement. Because you just mentioned the Declaration. We know that Israel, that's based on the Balfour Declaration. But where is our blueprint and our declaration? There are hundreds of books out there and thousands of pages on reparation, but where is the blueprint? And I humbly offer to you all, please go to our website, National Reparations Institute. the ebook is there, or get the bounded copy. Because one of the things that we're blessed to clearly do, Dr. Ray Winbush wrote the foreword of the Declaration, because he said in his years of doing the work, he had never seen a better calculation than what we were able to provide. We need to put some, the theory is fine, but where is the practical application? So if Pookie or Ray Ray and them is standing on the corner, the campus, corporate America, or in Congress, finally, we've clearly defined what complete reparations is, who owe us, why they owe us, how much they owe us, and why reparations is essential for us as a people. And again, please, it has been reviewed by over 30 scholars. And again, it's a quick read. It's only 78 pages. So please read it. And clearly, and it has actually been documented using about 18 sources in that declaration. So please read it. Let's start to utilize it. And in a collective way, you will see that some of what we're talking about on the line today, some of those questions have been answered. So I just want to offer that to you all, and we'll continue to build and be working with you all city after city. And next time, you all need me, I will be on a little bit earlier. Again, we just had a lot of on our plate in our attempt to be ready to get out of here this week to go to Ghana. Thank you all again for your time. Thank you for your attention. Assalamu alaikum.
If I might, before you leave, Brother Reginald, I would I wanted to say two things with all due respect for the declaration, and I appreciate the effort that you put into it,
Yes.
you and Brother Winbush. I think that we should also recognize the fact that the Republic of New Africa has already issued in 1968 a Declaration of Independence. And the question becomes, how do we combine and build off of the efforts that have gone on before? We're like the only people who got to reinvent the wheel, put our individual personal stamp on it in order to make it what it to say for that generation that's what it is. I think that we need to do a little bit more, be a little bit more deferential and circumspect in what we claim to be the document or the it of the moment. The second point that I wanted to make is that we talk about the plebiscite and we talk about gathering support for it. There is a scientific objective number and profile that validates the plebiscite, and there are statisticians in the community that can help us to establish what that is for these purposes, and I would urge us to access them and to get that information so that we don't wind up down the road short-handed and shortchanging those of us who are working towards that end.
Okay, can I say one?
Thank you so.
This attorney.
Thank you so much, Queen.
Let me jump in real quick and say one thing. Who was that trying to speak? I don't want to. Who was that?
That was Reza Muhammad. Wanted to just clarify a few points. Thank you, sister. And again, you're right. That's why in the declaration we have stated that we are building off all the great works of all the great organizations that have done it. And again, from time to time, we must update and expand what we're doing. And the declaration is a framework, and so it can be built on, it could be amended, it could be expounded on, it can be enhanced, and we know that. But if you have not read it, again, then we don't know what tools are in it that will help those of us in attempting to do the work that we're doing. And again, we give credit to all the organizations, because you know how many organizations I'm a part of, which we have gotten a page or 2 or 3 pages or chapters from. And we thank the Republic of New Africa. We thank the Malcolm X Grassroots Committee and all the committees who have done the work, All African People's Socialist Party, and the work that Chairman O'Malley and others have done. And at the end of the day, again, we must at some point develop a declaration. And so it's from that vantage point And it was not just one or two that developed the declaration. There's a committee of 10 of us who looked at it, researched it, and edited it. And but again, we needed to start with a working document that the masses of our people could easily pick up. Most of our people are not going to read 300 pages trying to figure out what you're talking about. And so we needed a document. If you go back and look at the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, when the Japanese were finally, who finally got a partial reparations here in the United States, you'll see that that started with a document that the masses of the people was disseminated to that population, and they had an idea of what the objectives are, who owed, why they owed. They clearly defined it, and that's all we've done. And again, we any critique or even any criticism of the document, let us know, because we want to be able to build off of it and develop it. But it's for the masses of our people. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. So let me say this. Let me help try to make some progress on this. What we need here, Miss Nangaza. I'm sorry. Help me with my pronunciation. I'm tongue.
The number one Gaza, like Gaza Strip. One Gaza.
This one Gaza. Your point is, and Mr. Muhammad, your points are both well taken. And then what we need right now for that is what's called a reconciliation of doctrines. Just a reconciliation of doctrines that are important to the leaders here. Mr. Muhammad has a book, and as he said, he has one of the few, at least one of the few, not the only, but one of the few current doctrines or writings on a strategic plan for reparations. We know, and I've been reading up on recently, the Republic of New Africa's plans for plebiscites. Then we know that the Afro-descendant nation with Brooks Robinson and others, well, they have a strategic plan. Okay, so what's more missing, Madam Ifia, one Gaza, is 5, 6 plans we're trying to go over again. Okay, so I will take it. I will do this. I will make an effort to take all of the doctrines, to read all of your book, Mr. Muhammad, that Mr. Wimbush forwarded, and to get all of the RNA materials from you, Ms. Wangaza, and to then come back to the president of the ADN and to see what does the ADN body have.
That's right.
Pledge this to you all by conferring with Ramzu, having a personal relationship where we can go over this. By conferring with you, Miss Ifia, we have a personal relationship where we can go over this. Conferring with you, Mr. Muhammad, so we can talk these things over, and the others that are at this table. Then what we achieve is the reconciliation of doctrines. We're going to reconcile it.
That's right.
That all the leaders can say that I stamped this plan. I was a part of it. I considered it, and I stamp it. That's part of our duty as the Afro-descendant nation, to bring all you committed people. And we have to go through procedures. They're not making them too late, not being too long about it, but not being too short about it. And we have to achieve it ahead of March. You have my commitment on that. I and us as a nation, we're going to start conferring on these doctrines to see what we all agree on, and then whatever we don't, we'll reconcile it, but it will be done through diplomacy and negotiation, and it will not be delayed.
Thank you, Attorney.
We have a tendency to take on, with the best of our intentions, of taking on more than necessary, and oftentimes more than we can handle. May I suggest that while you may collect the documents, that we put together a working group of historians, political scientists, lawyers who would do that task, and they report back, as opposed to burdening yourself with this and the innumerable other tasks that I'm sure you are expected to realize.
That might be entirely possible, ma'am. You may be making a good sense here. What I will do is guarantee you that the process will happen. I know that the Afro-Descendant Network Nation has a strategic planning committee. I see that Minister Reginald has a book and others. You're right. I will certainly like to have my input. As an attorney, I'm used to reading and reviewing voluminous materials. That's just what I do. So I don't want to be too detached, but you're right on your first point. So what I can do, ma'am, is I can tell you that within 2 weeks of this meeting, Sister Colin, could you put that on the list and hold us accountable? Within 2 weeks of the meeting, we're going to get back with you. And then with the various entities that are here or their representatives, we're going to get us a process where all the organizations are in the process of consolidating our doctrines to a doctrine.
Absolutely.
All can stand by and say that this is the reparations plan. We will make it happen within 2 weeks, and I will not take on more than I can chew. But that's what the Afro-Descendant Nation here for, because if I say something, I can say here that I know that I have, or that we have as a unit, we have some dozens, at least several dozen competent, skilled laborers that can write, type, and perform, that can carry out anything that we promise. Your point is taken. We accept it.
Good point. Good point. Absolutely.
I think Ramsey, for his look, he's into that. So I'm expecting us to heavily engage Ramsey and Ishmael and all of you great scientists. We have to engage our leaders so that they want to go forward with us. I think Madam President should speak on this point. She has a strategic committee. I don't know exactly what her view is. That's just my view, but I don't know what Madam President says on this issue.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Malik, our conductor. But before I say anything, Lucata has been patiently waiting with hand raised, so before me.
Yeah, he's sure.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for being patient, Lucata. We appreciate you.
Madam
Off your video.
Your concern is the discussion that we've been having cultural with regard to the cultural component of the reparations movement. We've been having a discussion on Sankofa Revolutionary Radio over the last year or so. And one of the things that we wanted to introduce to the reparations movement is coming up with cultural expressions that we can hear repeatedly that may draw in more of the masses. And one of the respectful nominations that we want to make in terms of including in the cultural is the staple singers, I should say.
Brother, you having that
says when will we be paid for the work that we've done?
Brother Lucado, we honor you in what you're saying, but you having that breakup problem again. Well, I'm only hearing a percentage
about that. I can't do anything about that. I'll put it in the chat.
Man, I really want to hear you too. There's no way you can just get 100% clear.
I tried to engage my video in order to have a better sound, but that didn't work. So I'll just put it in the question.
Okay, Madam President, I defer back to you.
And I'll yield the floor.
Okay, thank you, Brother Lucata. And we look forward to hearing what you have to say. Also, thank you, Attorney Malik. Back to the strategic reparations plan that we are working on. I have spoken to Brother Reginald, and we were planning to work together to go through his book and the National Reparations Declaration to decide what needed to go into the plan itself. And so listening to Attorney Wangaza.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That is great. So we would welcome you as well. And it's the same that Attorney Malik was saying, is looking at all of the doctrines and seeing what we agree upon to put into our strategic reparations plan. Because in some of them, we're saying the same thing anyway. Because if we notice, we'll have more in common than we don't. So we welcome you, and we would love to have you join our team if you would like. Of the we call ourselves the TREE, Team of Reparations Experts, and we meet once a month on Tuesdays. And our next meeting is, let me just double check real quick. Tuesday, November 28th at 7:00 p.m. Eastern. And I'll send you an invite. But prior to that, I would like to get in touch with you to find out what the information is, so I can have some insight on what you were sharing here in the space.
And my comments do not go to necessarily my participation, but goes to the process.
Okay.
And more than anything else, I would probably want to suggest people that you all, that I would urge you to consider participation as opposed to my participation, because I, like you all, have a tendency to overschedule myself. In fact, today I was double booked and I had to choose and chose this event instead. So the process is my greater concern.
Okay, thank you so much. So that is the process that we're going through. And if you would like to suggest some people, you could send that to us, who I can contact to bring them in to help work on that process. That would be great. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And again, we appreciate all of you who have been on here with us today. It has been a long day so far, and hopefully you have gotten something out of it that will continually inspire you to continue to move forward on this effort. And it's like our brother Ramzu stated, we want the Honorable Salas Muhammad to be able to see this come to fruition before leaving this earth. We've been at this for a long time, all of us in our different various organizations, and now he's here with us to see that we are coming together, and we're coming together to come up with something that's comprehensive and collective and inclusive of all of us, with all of our voices. So thank you again for being here, and we look forward to the next one. Attorney Malik, I would like to see something monthly up until the time of March that we are working on to push our efforts forward. And again, we are supporting each other's efforts, and we look forward to having our organization sign on to the Memorandum of Understanding, and that we will collectively work together and we will support each other's efforts. Thank you again. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Walaikum salam.
All right, I think that might be the conclusion. I think that's our sign to conclude But I do want to say as we conclude that you can reach us personally. We can continue to handle these items through Ms. Tahita. You all have my cell phone, Madam President's number. We are here to make sure that when we meet in March, that these things get done and we're not discussing the same things. I can tell you this, whether it's plebiscite, whether it's doctrine, whether it's who's brought to the table, or plans of action. Plans of action. There are things that I haven't got to today that certain people are here for. When you talk about there are many things to be done. Well, our lines are open to continue to work offline till we come back with our next meeting or teach-in or whatever. We're not here just for the meeting. We own this 24/7 because time is running. Time is running, and we own this because we don't have any time to waste. I thank everybody for their time. It's been a great day, and my phone line is open, and if I don't hear from you, you'll hear from me. And I think I speak for Madam President and everybody else.
Thanks, everyone. I'm going to end this webinar, and we appreciate your patience and hanging in there with us for a whole hour over time. So thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too.
Recording. Make sure we record this meeting, because this recording is going to be very valuable as we spread it, and the transcript as we go forward.
Yes, sir. We have it.
Salute, everyone.
Ooh, man, I'm proud of you, brother. The rumor was that Ramsey's a wild man. He has no diplomacy. He can't. If it's not his way, it's the highway. And I told them, I told some of them, not them, some of them. I say Ramzu will be fine. I trust in him. I see, brother. You know what you're doing, brother. You know what
you're doing, brother. Thank you, my brother. I love you, man. I want to let everybody know we do have. I just got back. I'm not in Russia anymore. I just got back Wednesday from the Soviet Union. I was Russia. I was in Moscow. We do have the Eurasian Observatory for Democracy and Elections to help us give us some international standing and the legitimacy with our vote. That's the Eurasian Democracy and Elections. They are the ones who monitor the elections in Crimea and elsewhere, even in Africa. So we have them on our team, as well as some officials in Russia that has written some letters that I'll be publishing later. Anyway, thank you all. Salute.
Thank you.
Thank you, James Small. Why don't you close us out, Professor Small? You heard all these 5 hours. You a wise man. Could you give us our ending convocation, our reparations convocation or closing, if you will?
Well, I would say what Dr. Leonard Jeffries, my teacher, would always say to us is reparations or else. We don't have a choice. And this is a part of establishing ourselves as a nation, which we will. But reparations is a significant part of the victory that must be had. And I'm just honored to be among such extraordinary minds